May 4th, 2021. And Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bertani?
Here.
Councilmember Moy?
Here.
Councilmember Panduro?
Here.
Councilmember Tim?
Here.
Councilmember Tonneson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Vaccaro?
Here.
And Mayor Price?
Here.
Thank you.
And the invocation this evening will be led by Pastor Art Zacher, Berean Baptist Church in Fairfield. Welcome, Pastor.
I'm not seeing Pastor Zacher anywhere.
Okay, we'll begin without the invocation. And Councilman Tim, would you be kind enough to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And we turn now to council reports, but I think because we were in closed session, I think we'll start with the city attorney and his report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session as stated on the agenda in the Nevarez lawsuit against the city of Fairfield, and the city council unanimously authorized a payment by the city of $22,000 in settlement of this case.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. And we'll begin with council reports, please. Councilwoman Bertani, would you like to begin, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to forgo my report this evening. We have a long meeting and I'm ready to get to it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any council member want to make a report this evening? Mr. Vice Mayor, please.
I don't know if this is the right time, Mr. Mayor, but I would like to continue an item that's on the agenda.
Okay, which one, please?
Item 7. I think that's going to need more discussion, and we have a very full agenda tonight. And I know that I have some concerns about it, and I would definitely like to bring that back on May 18th if I can get a second.
Is there a second? Councilman Moy seconded. No. All those in favor? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bertani?
Yes.
Councilmember Moy?
Yes.
Councilmember Panduro?
Yes.
Councilmember Tim?
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Vaccaro?
Yes.
Mayor Price?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other council reports, colleagues?
No.
Okay. Councilwoman Moy, please.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you read Latan's comment?
Pam, do you have a comment to make? I'm sorry.
No, Mr. Mayor, I'll make that during my my report real quick.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to add on to what the Vice Mayor asked. Mr. Mayor, I think that if we can, that we should take the other items off of the agenda, except for if there's a real reason as far as, something is timely. The city manager could tell us that, but really we should be focusing on this. This is huge. I've had so much incoming, and I think we need to leave the time for our citizens to tell us what they think today, and we don't want to cut them short, and I think that should be our focus. So that's what I'm asking. I'm asking for the city manager and you, Mr. Mayor, to take a look at those agenda items and move them. And let us go ahead and focus on the big agenda items, which is this thing that we've been working on for months, and people have been patient. So that's what I'm asking, and I'm not doing a report. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, your reaction to the request, please.
Yeah, there are a couple of things. For example, the item that you just continued, we have to issue a report to HUD by the 25th, and that's why that's on the agenda. So continuing it presents a real problem for us. If there are issues on the agenda when you get those that you feel like, you know what, we can hold off on this, or we'd prefer not to do all of these other items, we want this just to be focused on cannabis, we're happy to do that. If we can get some notice on that, if you can kind of let me know ahead of time, we can certainly work those things out for you. But generally speaking, when we put together these agendas, and this one is not extremely full, you do have several public hearings that are on here. We already are considering the fact that we have the cannabis issue tonight. That's the last two items on your agenda, both the manufacturing and the distribution permits. And it's a pretty slimmed down agenda to begin with. So I would ask the council to take a look at item number, I don't have my thing here now, that we just continued.
Item 7.
I'm sorry, item 7, and reconsider continuing that. That does need to be done. I'm sorry, it's the 15th, it looks like, is when that needs to be submitted. The report needs to be submitted. So we need to get through that tonight if we can.
Councilwoman Bertani, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Catherine, Councilwoman Moy, 100%. I'm going to second her motion. And I'm just going to say that, we're not the agenda planners. So, we need more time as well. We've had 2 full meetings last week, special meetings on cannabis. And I think that the situation warrants us focusing on cannabis this evening and doing whatever we need to do to make the other agenda items, come to fruition when they need to come to fruition. So I'm going to second Catherine's motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor?
Yes, sir. Chuck, go ahead, please.
I understand where everybody's coming from, but I'm also understanding that if we don't have this done by the 15th, I know what today is, then this would incur a special meeting. Is that correct?
Yes. And if the council's okay with that, we can do that, but it is also a public hearing that requires noticing requirements. So there's just items. We are trying to slim these things down, but there's also business that needs to be done. And so if there are some items that you really have some concern with, or if you're looking at an agenda like this when you get it and you say, boy, this is a lot of stuff and we've got, is there anything we can take off? We can certainly consider that and do that. But you're asking me to tell you which ones need to go right now as we start the meeting. I can go through here and take a look at each one here real quick and say, okay, is there any way we can put that on a special meeting or something else and try to give you a decision? But right now you've got a slim down agenda. You really do. It's pretty slim down. Now, how much public comment you have, we don't have any control over that.
Okay, but right now we have 130 people on the line. And if this report is due on the 15th, I would recommend, Mr. City Manager, in the future, let's not give ourselves, a 2-week window to get this done when we know that we've got all this other stuff going on, especially with cannabis. So we can't change it tonight, but in the future, I think that our agenda planning should take into consideration what we can anticipate as being community input, because that's the main thing. That's the main thing. And we've got 130 people, 128 people right now in this meeting. So, if we can in the future, instead of a 2-week window, showing it to us today, you have to get it out on the 15th. Maybe a good, kind of standard rule of practice would be to give yourself 30 days. Give us 30 days to account for anything that may crop up in terms of, community input and, our meeting participation in the future going forward.
I appreciate that. We do try to do that already, to not have it this close, but there are times when those deadlines,
things happen.
They're just there. And by the time we get the information that we've got to put together and synthesize and get that back to you, there's not a lot of wiggle room to begin with. So,
well,
you're right. And any additional time that we can put in here, some additional lead time, we'll continue to try and do a better job of that.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And I would submit, a HUD report, we had to see this coming for quite some time, I would think, because it's HUD. And they do things on a schedule. So to give ourselves a 2-week, window for a HUD report, we can probably do better.
Councilmember Ton. Oh, I'm sorry. Go.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah. Councilman Tonneson, please.
I'll let Kat go.
Councilman Moy.
Chuck wanted to speak. Chuck?
You have another comment, Chuck?
I just want to say, I'm looking at the agenda and I agree with what the city manager said. We can, could have called last week when this agenda came out. But frankly, I knew there'd be a lot of people, but I didn't know how many people until I started getting flooded with emails and phone calls from a lot of different people. I've spent hours literally on the phone for the last 4 days. And I see things on here that I know don't have to be done right now, or I don't believe so. So I'm going to ask again to go ahead and remove those. And if we need to do a special meeting, and if Councilman Bertani is holding with the second, I think we should just vote on that.
May I make a quick suggestion? Maybe yes. A good compromise here. Why don't we hold off until that item comes up? We'll have the presenter let you know what kind of a timetable you have. If you determine that, yes, this can be held off, you continue it at that point, and we go to the next item. And that shouldn't take a lot of time if we do it that way. Rather than just a blanket, let's take this, let's slim everything out except for this. That way the presenter has a chance to let you know, hey, this one we really need to do tonight, or we can reschedule this out to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Scott.
Go ahead, please.
Scott made a motion. Are we moving on that?
Yeah, I believe Councilmember Moy is now withdrawing that motion.
Yes. I am. And I'm doing that to do what the city manager suggested, because it sounds like at least one of them has to get done, or we need to have a special meeting. And I don't want to put that on my colleagues, of course, if they don't want to do that.
Let's roll, Mayor.
Okay. Councilwoman Bertani, please.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me make a friendly amendment to Councilman Moy's motion. And I'm going to move that we push the cannabis issue to item 1. And that's out of respect for our residents and folks who want to weigh in. I don't think that they deserve to have to sit through, things that we might be even taking off the agenda. So I'm going to move that we push the cannabis discussion to item 1.
I'm good with that.
I fear to say anything else, but just as a consideration, and then I will respect, obviously, whatever you want to do there. You may have a lot of people then that are sitting through cannabis right now that will get all the way through that to the end of the night, only to find out afterwards that their item has been continued to the next meeting, and that they could have checked out a long time ago. Of the 113, I'm sure the majority of them are cannabis, but some of them may be here for HUD or other things. So just a thought.
Mr. Vice Mayor, please.
Yeah. What if we do this? I still think number 7 is going to take a little bit longer than people realize, because there's a lot of issues there. But I would say, why don't we remove everything else from the agenda and just item 7 and then move on to cannabis?
And Rick, the only reason I suggest that is because I don't know until our presenter gets up. I want to be careful not to speak for that staff member who may have a deadline here that is a little closer than I think it should be.
Right. So if we remove the other items and move right to item 7, right?
But you may be skipping over an item that does need to be taken care of tonight. I'd like to give that staff member the opportunity to say, hey, this can't be passed over. If you want to put item 7 first, or whatever it is you want to do, however you want to rearrange the agenda is fine. We're fine with that. But
I'm not really happy about it, but that's okay. You do
we'll do whatever the council wants here, but I'm just saying that if we allow the staff an opportunity to say, yeah, this can wait, or this report needs to come out, it's time sensitive, then you can make a thoughtful decision on that item, whether to continue it or not.
Councilman Tonneson, please.
We're a half hour in now. Are we gonna address it as we go, or are we gonna discuss it here? I'm ready. I'm ready to get the meeting started.
Yeah. Councilman Bertani, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think that I would like a vote on my motion.
Okay. Would you state the motion again, please?
My motion is that we move cannabis to number 1, the first issue that we speak to tonight. That is my motion.
There'll be a need for a second, as Councilmember Moy had withdrawn her earlier motion. So there needs to be a second now to Councilmember Bertani's motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bertani?
Yes.
Councilmember Moy?
Yes.
Councilmember Panduro?
Yes.
Councilmember Tim?
No.
Councilmember Tonneson?
No.
Vice Mayor Vaccaro?
No.
Mayor Price?
No. Motion fails.
Mr. Mayor, if it's back to my report, I have one more very quick thing, and I'll be super fast. The numbers for the pandemic cases are not going down. We're going to be in the red tier for a while longer. It's staff suggestion that that the next meeting be a Zoom meeting again. We hate to do that, but just looking at the numbers, we're not any closer to the orange tier at this point. So I'll leave it at that. And if you want us to go live, we will, but very, very limited capacity.
Okay. So, Mr. City Attorney, please.
No report for me now. After my closed session report, I'm fine.
Okay, so we continue with the agenda as is?
That is correct. And then at each item, the council would decide whether to proceed or not with that item after the staff is able to respond to the need for the item to go forward.
Okay. City Clerk, do you have a report to make, please?
Just that the city is accepting applications for Youth Commission, Planning Commission, and Rockville Hills Regional Park Citizens Advisory Committee. You can either download an application online or pick one up at City Hall on the 4th floor. Thank you.
And we have some presentations, and our first presentation is Public Service Recognition Week, May 2nd through May 8th. Proclamation, please. Yeah. Councilwoman Panduro. Or is this?
Yes, it's me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
So again, a Public Service Recognition Week, May 2nd through May 8th, 2021. Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels. These unsung heroes do work that keeps our nation working. And whereas public employees take not only jobs, but oaths, and whereas many public servants, including military personnel, police officers, firefighters, healthcare professionals, and others risk their lives each day in service to the people of the United States and around the world. And whereas public servants also include workers who maintain our parks, roads, traffic control, water quality, and public buildings, as well as provide important local recreational programming and plan for future growth and economic development for our community. Day in and day out, they provide the diverse services demanded by the American people of their government with efficiency and integrity. And whereas the global pandemic has had a significant impact locally and public servants continued to provide essential public services at times at great risk to themselves, and whereas without these public servants at every level, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. Now, therefore, I, Harry T. Price, Mayor of the City of Fairfield, do hereby proclaim May 2nd through the 8th, 2021 to be Public Service Recognition Week. All citizens are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, federal, state, county, and city. Thank you.
Thank you. And our second presentation is another proclamation declaring May as Building Safety Month. Councilman Tonneson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. From the Office of the Mayor, with proclamation for Building and Safety Month, May of 2021. Whereas the City of Fairfield is committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on the safety and economic value of the homes, buildings, and infrastructure that service our citizens, both in everyday life and in times of natural disaster. Whereas our confidence in the structural integrity of these buildings that make up our community are achieved through the devotion and vigilant guardians of the building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, design professional, laborers, plumbers, and other construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of the buildings. And whereas prevent, prepare, protect, building code, save. The theme, the Building Safety Month 2021, encourages all Americans to raise awareness of the importance of building codes in ensuring the safety in the spaces in which we live, work, and learn. Whereas Building Safety Month 2021 encourages appropriate steps everyone can take to ensure safety of our building environment, recognize the implementation and safety codes by local and state agencies have saved lives and protected homes and businesses. Whereas each year, in observance of Building Safety Month, Americans are asked to consider the commitment to improve building safety and economic investment at home and in the community, and to acknowledge the essential services provided to all by local and state building departments, fire prevention bureaus, and federal agencies in protecting lives and properties. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City of Fairfield, we do hereby proclaim the month of May 2021 as Building Safety Month. I urge all citizens to join the representatives and the International Code Council to pay tribute to our building safety professionals and to recognize the substantial contributions they make in keeping our buildings safe and sound, thus improving the quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Process for public comments, Madam Clerk.
Yes, persons wishing to address the City Council on subjects not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the Council may do so at this time. The Council cannot discuss or take action on matters not on the agenda for this meeting, but Council members may briefly respond to statements made or questions raised by the public, ask for clarification from staff, refer the matter to staff, request staff to report back to the Council at a subsequent meeting, or place the matter on a future agenda. When joining via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 on your phone to request to speak. You will be called on by name and will have 3 minutes to speak. Members of the public wishing to submit their comments via email can email cityclerk@fairfield.ca.gov. These comments will be forwarded to Council for review, but will not be read aloud during the meeting. Thank you.
And giving the latest of the hour getting started, we're going to limit this public comments to 2 minutes, please. Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do you have any request to speak cards?
Yes, we do. We have our first speaker will be William Barnacle. Stand by. Go ahead, William.
And Bill, to move matters along, would you give us 3 names in order, please, so that folks can be standing by ready to go?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Bye.
So, Mr. Barnacle, you're muted still. I don't know if that's you or if it's our.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can now.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and board members. My name is Bill Barnacle. I'm retired from the United States Air Force, and also I'm a commissioner for Veterans Affairs for the City and County of San Francisco. For City County of San Francisco, I'm supporting the showcase venue. I have known Brian Wong and Victor Nguyen for 25 years. I have always considered them, Brian and Victor, like my sons. They are very polite and very professional. They have always treated me with utmost respect. Brian and Wong has always had a lot of potential, and we have always kept in contact. It's rare that I give a character reference. However, I felt that it was very important and warranted and justified to help someone like Brian and Victor, who does so much for the community, and to give them the opportunity to get a license for the showcase. Brian, for the last several years, has volunteered to help me do my annual toy drive. I'm also president of a nonprofit in San Francisco. I work closely with the San Francisco Police Department and the United States Marines, and we deliver toys to low-income kids throughout San Francisco, kids with cancer, social services, Lincoln High School, and many more agencies. Last year, we were able to deliver 5,000 toys, and Brian and Victor were instrumental in helping me accomplish my mission, and considering it was COVID-19. Brian and Victor deserves to get this license for the showcase, and they also have two businesses in San Francisco, Elevated San Francisco and Purple MD, and they also provide assistance for our veterans and the discounts. And I'm proud
30 seconds, please.
Okay, and I'm proud to say that they have no complaints. Also, I'm retired from HSBC Bank, and Brian and Victor deserve this license. It's warranted, and they have a proven track record. And I know for a fact that they will be an asset to the Sunny County of Fairfield. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I need to make an announcement. This is public comments. If you're speaking on item 10, you need to wait for public comments. This is public comments.
So in other words, this is non-agenda items tonight, Mr. Mayor. If this is part of the public hearing for item 10, they need to wait until item 10 before they make their comments on applicants. So this is non-agenda items.
Okay, next we have Karina Vasquez. Okay, go ahead, Karina.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
My comment was going to be on items 9 and 10. Would this be the appropriate time for that?
No.
I do
okay for public comments.
I do have a class that I need to teach at 7 o'clock, so I would need to go hopefully before that. Would I have to wait and come back after I teach my class?
Yes, you do. So thank you. So sorry about that.
Thank you.
Next, we have Cam Holzendorf. Good, Cam.
Good evening, Mayor Price, Vice Mayor Vaccaro, City Council and City staff, and everyone listening. First, thank you, Councilwoman Doris and Councilman Tonneson for being active leaders in our community. By using your platforms, you were able to galvanize groups to clean up 60 yards worth of trash and debris in your community that needed help. This is a testament of your ability to drive change in your city. The only criticism I have for you both is you forgot to use the hashtag Keeping Fairfield Beautiful on your social media. That's the only thing. And thank you, Councilwoman Bellatani, for highlighting that community input is what it's all about. This is it should be the council quote of the year right there. I appreciate you and your advocacy. A couple of your senior council members, though, said some of my comments last meeting were disrespectful. Me voicing my perspective as a constituent to leaders that are supposed to care about the constituent concerns is considered disrespectful. You know what really is disrespectful is sitting in those seats for 10 to 20 plus years and not doing your job. 2 new reports just got released about police brutality in your community. You all said nothing about them. One situation, a cop suplexes a lady and knocks her unconscious. In another, it's a dog piling a minor, a young lady. I want you to check the films and tell me what you think about the force that was used in those videos and report to me about how you feel about those the next council meeting. If only we had council that cared more about the community concerns.
30 seconds, please.
There we go. If only we had a council that wanted to find ways to reform policing in the community. If only we had councils that acted on fervently to the community needs rather than their own needs. Until then, I'll just thank you for your service so I don't get called disrespectful again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Edward Russell, then we have Anna Patero, and then we'll have Kirby Lynch.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Russell.
So you have domestic terrorist Ashley Johnson, domestic terrorist Tyler Gallagher, domestic terrorist Ryan Kabutin, domestic terrorist Joshua McCurter, and domestic terrorist Ashley Saucedo, all of Vanden High. Your responsibilities that you allowed to go free. No hate crimes were charged, even though the liar Tim said, "Oh, Mr. Finn, aren't we handling that?" And you allowed Finn to get up out of there free. I want to address this really quick, and I find it's odd. The last two meetings that you guys had, you allowed old white women and old white men, and just Bill Barnacle, to be on video, but not me and Cam, the only black guys on here. Speaks a lot about your moral. And the other thing, you keep having these law enforcement officers beat the crap out of citizens, and you don't do nothing. But you're constantly starting your meetings with proclamations of how wonderful we are. Oh, this is this appreciation week. This appreciation week. It's so easy to just say things, but you guys lack the intestinal fortitude and the heartbeat of a human being to take physical action. I know that for sure, because when I was being nice to you guys 2 years ago, oh, you couldn't wait. Timmy couldn't wait to get the old little Negro boy and march me up to Sacramento. Let's go
20 seconds, please.
Let's make a change. Now, he don't have time for me. So, again, I find that funny on how you guys say things and the lack of action that you take part in. I'll work the houses burned down. Have a good night.
Thank you.
So, because here's the problem with that.
Next we have.
Here's the problem with that.
Next we have Anna Patero. Where'd she go?
Let me know when cannabis comes up.
Stand by. There's Anna. Stand by. Okay, Anna, you're on.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you so much. Again, I wanted to ditto Mr. Hosendorf's comments about the trash pickup on Saturday. That was so nice to see. First of all, I am so proud that we have 45 streets that have been adopted. I hope this becomes a habit for you all. And I especially want to thank the gentlemen and women at the Public Works for just their dedication and for all that they've done for our community. It's starting to look amazing. So I hope to see you guys out, getting some exercise, getting some fresh air, and adopting some streets. Thank you very much for last weekend.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kirby Lynch. Kirby, you're on.
Good afternoon. Yes, as we consider cannabis entrepreneurs coming to the city of Fairfield, I would also request that City Council consider conducting a feasibility analysis on the likelihood of a social equity program being adopted in the city of Fairfield. I think putting some city resources behind understanding how we can provide technical assistance and access to capital to people who were disenfranchised by the war on drugs can also benefit from cannabis entrepreneurship coming to the city. My observations from the last cannabis kind of town hall where we listened to multiple businesses, I noticed that there was a lack of diversity in the entrepreneurs coming to the city of Fairfield. And we know that Solano County has been largely targeted for high arrest rates, particularly in cannabis arrest. Solano County and the public schools here, suffer from the school to prison pipeline. So, and I think we should be quite honest that, when we're choosing which businesses are going to come to the city, we should really think about reparations and racial healing. And I really do want to acknowledge the women who applied for the business opportunities, that we should also think about women and pay equity issues in the state of California. I think Fairfield can really lead the state in thinking about how we can innovate social equity.
30 seconds, please.
Let's take advantage of all of the discussion tonight from item 10, and then also the previous comments in public comment. I think what those gentlemen brought up should be addressed, and that there needs to be healing in this city for past harm.
Thank you.
Next, we have Christian Cisneros. Go ahead, Christian.
Good evening. I just wanted to say, first, I want to kudos to the last few speakers. Everything that has been said already, I do agree with, but I am very disappointed in this council. So many things, but I really honestly feel like, especially the last speaker, with talking about the reparations and the harm caused by this city, I feel like it's falling on deaf ears. What happened at the beginning of the meeting, Pam Bertani making the motion to obviously try to hear the people of the city, was completely shut down by this little boys club that you guys have. It's, you know, the little things that you guys do show how much you care. You do the Pledge of Allegiance, but you don't acknowledge that we're on stolen Patwin land. You don't listen to the women on the council. You argue with people. Chuck Tim on Facebook, for some reason, you decided to argue with me on Facebook and then tell me that some task force was going to be reaching out to my organization, which never happened. You don't follow through on the things that you talk about, and I'm just very disappointed. I don't believe in this council. Some of you may try. I know some of you do try, but from what I see what's going on, the police brutality videos that come out, the silence from this council on that, it's nothing less than disappointing. And to me, the only way that things are going to change is by bringing new people. I don't know why you guys have a hold of this council and have been on there for so long, but that's definitely going to change. The culture of this city is changing. I know you guys see it. There's a lot of younger generations on here, and we're going to continue to speak up and fight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Liz Jackson Simpson. Okay, go ahead, Liz.
Good afternoon, council people. My name is Liz Jackson Simpson, and I'm the CEO of a nonprofit corporation in San Francisco, Oakland, San Mateo County called Success Centers, and I am calling in support of the showcase. We have been in partnership with Brian and Victor for over 3 years. As a partner in the community, Success Centers provides education, employment, and workforce development programs and services, and they have been an employer and a training partner and a staunch supporter of Success Centers. We provide training in construction, tech, hospitality, cannabis, and the arts. And they have helped us to build out one of the premier cannabis training programs in San Francisco and is notable throughout the whole state of California. We are pleased to support the showcase and licensure in the Fairfield area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Janelle Cisneros.
If there are any comments or questions about cannabis, we have to wait until we get to that item, please. Giselle, go ahead, please.
Hi, yes, thank you. I would like to speak about the police brutality videos that have surfaced. It's just disappointing that this city council continues to see police brutality, continues to see police discrimination in their town and do nothing about it. What is it going to take for y'all to do something? It's really disappointing to see you stay silent over these issues that your constituents care about. I mean, if you have been listening to the call, which I don't think you are, but if you have been, you can see that your constituents care about these issues and you are continuing to do nothing. If you continue to do nothing about the issues that we care about, we are going to have to vote you out, and we will. So start doing your jobs. It's not just a free pass. And do something about your corrupt police department. They are fascist and awful, and you need to defund them. period. And I just agree with all of the sentiments from the before speakers. They, all did a great job. Cam, Edward, Anna, all great stuff. We need reparations. This community is hurting, and y'all are continuing to do nothing. Figure it out. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all we have for public speaking. I do not see any more hands.
Okay, then
I'm sorry. I see one more. Stand by. We have Lucy. Go ahead, Lucy.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I also want to join in and voice my, I guess just, I'm very upset with the police brutality videos that just came out as well. My understanding of what happened is the video just recently, the incident in October where the woman was like choke slammed and knocked unconscious. That happened over 6 months ago. And that's only coming out because of the power of social media. So to kind of piggyback on what Giselle said about you guys not caring about the issues that your constituents care about, it hits the nail right on the head. You guys need to listen to what we're saying, not just at these council meetings and not just, the whatever mail you guys get in your inboxes. Actually be active participants in your community and see what's going on. And you'll see that we're upset in the streets. You're going to see that we're upset tonight. We're always upset that this stuff keeps happening. So we need you guys to listen to the constituents. And I'm not sure if I can request for the specific incident with the police brutality on October 20th of 2020. I would like to see an investigation of some sort. I don't know exactly the process for that. But if we can have it agendized for a follow-up on this, because if Fairfield PD isn't even going to start to report it, it needs to be on city council to make sure that this gets taken care of from the beginning to the end. And I want that to be on Fairfield Council's shoulders right now.
I have 30 seconds, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Bill?
Yes, just to confirm, if you are speaking during public comments, if you want to speak during item 9 or 10, this is not the time. This is for public comments. We have Leo Enriquez. Go ahead, Leo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Actually, I use my godson's phone. Can I speak about community veterans of Fairfield?
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
No, not Leo, not at this time. If you're speaking about the cannabis applicants,
yes,
you'll need to wait until the public hearing when that comes up is item 9.
Okay.
So you'll want to wait until then.
All right, thank you.
Any other speakers, Bill?
Yes, we have Saad Patah. I'm going to bring him up right now. Okay, Saad, you ready? Saad, is this about item 9 or 10, the cannabis?
He said it's on 10, Bill.
Oh, on 10, okay. Okay, he will not be speaking. Next, we have a phone number that ends with 068.
Bill, I don't see a hand up for that one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back.
That looks like that's all of the ones that have a hand up, Bill, unless you're seeing something else.
I am not seeing, okay. I'm not seeing anything else. I believe we are done with public comments.
Okay, we turn now to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, if you would, please. All matters listed on the consent calendar are to be approved with one motion unless a member of the council or the public requests separate action taken on a specific item. Don't have any, Bill, do you have any requests? Okay. Entertain a motion then to approve the consent calendar as submitted. It's been moved by Councilman Tim, seconded by Councilwoman Bertani. Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bertani?
Yes.
Councilmember Moy?
Yes.
Councilmember Panduro,
Yes.
Councilmember Tim,
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Vaccaro,
Yes.
and Mayor Price.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We turn then to new business, item number 5, please.
Mr. Mayor, as the council has been conducting their business, I've been quickly talking with staff members here, and we have a recommendation for council that item number 5, item number 6, item number 8 be continued to the next meeting. And then at the council's discretion, you have item number 9, which is the manufacturing permit for cannabis. If the council chooses to continue that one to the next meeting and focus solely on the distribution permits, that's up to the council, but that one could, if you chose, be continued as well. So that would be item 5, 6, and 8, and then at the council's discretion, item 9.
Okay. Any objections, council?
You'll want a motion to continue those.
Okay.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
to do as the city manager asked, including number 9, delayed until the next council meeting, as the city manager said. That's my motion.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
And if I could just clarify, Mayor and Council, so with item 5, that would be continued to the next meeting, and then 6, 8, and 9 are public hearings. So those are public hearings that will be continued without further notice to the next meeting of the council.
Yes, sir.
Mr. City Attorney, does that include item 7?
7 stays on the agenda.
Okay, that's what
We
I
have a
thought.
deadline on that one.
Okay, so
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch who made the second on that motion.
I did.
Tim.
Chuck.
Tim.
And I'll take roll call now on that vote. Councilmember Bertani,
Yes.
Councilmember Moy,
Yes.
Councilmember Panduro,
Yes.
Councilmember Tim,
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Vaccaro,
Yes.
and Mayor Price.
yes. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We turn now to item number 7, please.
7.
And Latan will do this, or I'm sorry, Tanya, I think, is doing this one. Sorry, go ahead, Karen.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing and resolution 2021-84 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield approving the Community Development Block Grant adoption of the fiscal year 2021 to 2022 annual action plan, and resolution 2021-85 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield approving the Community Development Block Grant substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019 to 2020 annual action plan to reprogram CARES Act Fund. And our presenter is LaTanya Tirones. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone see the presentation okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is LaTanya Tirones. I am a senior management analyst with the Housing Services Department. Today, we're opening the public hearing for the fiscal year 21-22 Community Development Block Grant, also known as CDBG, Annual Action Plan, and substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019 Annual Action Plan. In addition, we're recommending that the City Council approve Resolution 2021-84 and 2021-85 to allow staff to submit these action plans to HUD. The Community Development Block Grant Program is funded by the federal government through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The primary objective of this program is to help develop viable urban communities through the provision of decent housing, a suitable living environment, and economic opportunity. Principally, this program is for low and moderately low income persons. The annual action plan is required to be submitted to HUD annually to report the city's efforts towards meeting the priority goals and objectives for the new funding cycle. It also provides a detailed description of how the city will utilize the funding resources to address the needs of the community. The annual action plan reports to HUD the annual plan towards meeting the objectives of the 5-year consolidated plan. Fiscal year 21-22 is the final year of the consolidated plan that's currently in place. The Housing Services Department has developed a citizen participation plan that outlines how the city will include citizen participation in the development of the annual action plan. As review and development of the action plan, there were 3 public notices published. The annual action plan and the substantial amendments were made available for public comment online and in public city facilities. Additionally, the CDBG Advisory Committee held 5 public meetings as part of the annual action plan. And part of that also included a review and rank process in order for the committee to make funding recommendations. HUD has determined that the City of Fairfield will be allocated $834,203 for fiscal year 21-22. The city is allowed to allocate up to 20% of the funding towards program administration, up to 15% towards public service projects, and the remaining towards non-public service projects. With the advisory committee's guidance, the city will allocate 18% of the total allocation towards administration and the maximum 15% cap towards public service activities. All remaining funds will be allocated to the non-public service activities. Here you will see a list of the projects that are being recommended by the CDBG Advisory Committee to be funded for the next funding cycle. The city received about 14 public service applications for a total of $500,000. The advisory committee went through a rank and review process, and based on that rank and review process, the committee has chosen to fund the highest ranked applications while keeping in mind the city's priority needs. The city also received 3 non-public service applications. One of those applications was not eligible for CDBG funding, and the total of those applications were over $800,000. Lastly, the committee has recommended that the city allocate $300,000 of the Housing Revolving Loan Fund towards low-income homeowner housing rehabilitation projects and $235,981 of the city's Economic Development Revolving Loan Funds to go towards the Business Microgrant Microloan Program to support small businesses. The city is also seeking to make a substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019-2020 annual action plan to reprogram funds that were allocated for COVID relief. A previous recipient of the COVID relief funds has decided that they no longer will need those funds. In order to provide a public benefit in a timelier manner, at the recommendation of the committee, the city would like to reprogram $151,332 in COVID-19 funds for the operations of the Ohio Street COVID-19 Emergency Transitional Housing for homeless individuals. This additional funding will allow for an additional year to operate the transitional emergency shelter. It is the recommendation of the CDBG Advisory Committee that you adopt resolution number 2021-84, approving the adoption of the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan, and to adopt resolution number 2021-85, approving the substantial amendment to the fiscal year 19-20 annual action plan to reprogram CARES Act funding. Thank you.
Council colleagues, do you have any comments before I open the public hearing? Mr. Vice Mayor, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for LaTanya. So I see that 150,000 are going to sidewalks. That doesn't seem to be a real, for services. How did you come up with that?
So, excuse me. So the Public Works Department submitted an application requesting funding to fund sidewalk repairs. And so as part of the rank and review process, the CDBG Advisory Committee reviewed all of the applications and had made that recommendation based upon the scoring and the ranks. And because for the non-public service, so we're capped at 15% of the total funding towards public service. So the remaining funding would go towards non-public service. And so we only had 2 eligible applications for non-public service activities. And so based upon the review and rank, that is the recommendation of the advisory committee.
Okay, my other question is, I noticed in the public meetings that there were no public comments. How many people attended those meetings?
On one of the meetings we had, outside of the CDBG advisory committee, which is made up of 7 general public members, 1 planning commissioner and 1 person from the youth commission. We had a couple of people at most of the meetings. At one meeting, I think the most we had were 17 people.
Yeah, I guess that's my concern, is we have to do better with our outreach, for getting people involved here, so they can let us know, let the advisory committee know what they want to see for services. I feel like we're not really getting the participation from the citizens that we need for this money to be spent. Knowing what happened with HUD a few years ago, that's my concern when I was on the audit committee. So that's basically what I wanted to say. That's my comments right now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other comments?
If I could just kind of respond.
Please go ahead.
So as part of the 5-year consolidated plan, council had set 5 priority needs for CDBG funding. And so as the committee was reviewing the applications, they had to keep in mind what those priorities are. And so based upon, since this is the last year of the consolidated plan, we were a little bit shy on meeting some of those priorities, namely homelessness. And so there was a high priority to fund homelessness to meet those priority needs as set forth in the consolidated plan. And so all of that information was taken into consideration as part of that rank and review process.
Okay. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Councilmember Tani, please, your question. You're muted, Pam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, LaTanya, for the report. I echo the Vice Mayor's concerns. I think that's kind of what got us in a big bit of trouble with HUD in the first place, our lack of community outreach. And so I'm concerned about some of the allocations. Let me ask you, Ms. LaTanya, who's on the CDBG advisory committee?
So there's 5 general public members.
And who are they?
We have Tina Werblin. She's actually on the line. She could definitely be able to speak to their process. She is the co-chair of that committee. We have Rihanna Reese, who is the chair. We have Alicia Thomas, Harriet Strickland, Melinda Nesselrode, Chris Matthews, Sarah Loden, and I believe that's all of them.
Okay, thank you. And so out of all of our public outreach, we've reached about 17 members of the public?
Well, yes, for our public meetings. And we also put out a public notice for our grant kickoff, and we had representatives from 25 different organizations that attended that as well. That was also held as a public meeting.
Okay, so that's less than, I don't even know what the percentage is of our public. And I know that we have many people in this community who are very concerned with homelessness and with getting it solved. So I'm just very concerned about our outreach. I think it's wholly lacking in, effectiveness. And also, I think I saw on one of your slides for Shelter Inc., there's an allocation of $50,000. And then for Shelter Solano for a kitchen, there's $392,232. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then Shelter Inc. and Shelter Solano, are those the same 2 organizations?
They are. So Shelter Inc. is the main branch, and then Shelter Solano is under that umbrella.
Okay,
which is the Solano leg of that.
Thank you. So I'm going to reiterate my real dire concerns about Shelter Inc. / Shelter Solano, because it's my opinion that they are underperforming. You know, they're not at capacity. They haven't been at capacity since they started. And no one from Shelter Inc. / Shelter Solano has stepped up to the plate to offer any explanation or, you know, viable reason why that is the case. But we're giving them almost $500,000 in funding. So I'm definitely going to let everybody know I'm definitely voting no on this. I don't think the outreach is there, and Shelter Solano to get this kind of funding with the performance that they have shown us so far, I think is just unconscionable. So, but I thank you for a really good report. It's my understanding that only service providers really weighed in and talked about the allocation of these fundings, and that's not what HUD wants us to do. That's not our directive from HUD. So it's my opinion that we have not met the standard that HUD sets forth. And I think that there are serious problems with these allocations. So I'm going to be voting no. But thank you, LaTanya, for making a great report. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Tonneson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just chime in a little bit here. I sat on the CDBG board when I was on the Planning Commission, and it sounds like you had 25 groups, LaTanya?
Yes, that's correct.
That's a lot. It's a lot of work for the committee. They all come and interview, and it's usually, what is the time frame now? I think it was 20 minutes when I was on there.
Well, out for the presentations?
Yes.
I gave them 10.
Okay.
Because, and there was a very short time frame due to changeover in the department. So there's a very short time frame to kind of compile all of this information and move it forward.
And so when I sat on the board, we had at that time, there was 3 of us, and we scored, and then we matched those scores together and took an average. Is that still the way that goes?
Yes.
You still have the same scoring model?
I don't believe so. This is, I don't believe it's the same scoring model that was used last year.
But it's the same action or the same?
Yes.
Okay. So I will be supporting it. I don't know what the underperformance of Shelter Solano is. Maybe someone on staff can share that with me. I've been out there a number of times. I've sat through some presentations there with other council members. I don't know what the underperformance is. If anybody wants to tell me that at another time, feel free, but I'll be supporting this.
Okay, thank you.
Can I bring on, if you don't mind, can I bring on Dawn Labar, because she's most familiar with Shelter Solano, and we spoke about this prior to, as part of the consideration and the information being brought forth to the committee. We discussed Shelter Solano and the kitchen project and how them putting this project and dining hall together will help them to be able to reach capacity because they'll be able to serve more people. As of right now, they don't have enough space for food and to serve people. So is it okay if Dawn Labar can jump on to speak to some of those concerns?
Ms. Labar, please join us.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you, LaTanya and the mayor and council. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify and hopefully give some additional information to Council Member Bertani. Yes, the vice mayor and I have been working very closely with Shelter Solano over the last several months to look at converting them to a navigation center and also to look at their sustainability, because you're right, they have not been at capacity since they have taken over operations. And there's been a couple of reasons for that. One is because obviously of COVID. They took over operations in February of 19 and COVID hit, January, February of 20. And then their funding model of their funding that's coming from the county and how their bed allocation is not a sustainable model, and it's not meeting the full bed capacity. So part of our review of looking at them as a navigation center is working with the other jurisdictions as well as the county to change that funding model and to also increase them. And as LaTanya said, also getting that kitchen completed. With those two things in place, we are going to be able to get them at capacity. We have the support from other jurisdictions now that we didn't have before. And I think there's a lot of support and confidence and momentum to get them there. So I appreciate the concern, but I think there's a lot of momentum now to get them there. And that kitchen will be a major piece of that. And Vice Mayor, you may have some additional comments you want to share.
Yeah, I just want
Mr. Vice Mayor, go ahead, please.
Right, and Councilwoman Bertani, I think you well know, I was probably their biggest critic at one time, about a year or two ago when I said that I wanted to see more beds filled. Once I went down there, I realized where the funding was, the funding sources that they didn't have. I had visited a navigation center and I said, look, this facility needs to be turned into a navigation center so we can support more people from a day center perspective and then move them into permanent housing. And I know it looks like a lot of money. I know that. I mean, I'm willing to give it a shot just because I think the facility itself is one that we really need in Fairfield. And I'll be their biggest critic if things don't happen, if things don't turn around. So, from my discussions with them recently, and like I said, I've been very open about what I didn't like in the past and what hopefully I will see in the future, we will see. And I think working with other jurisdictions will help a lot. That's what needs to happen. We need to be more of a regional outlook on homelessness. And I think if we get the support of other cities, which I think we have now, I think it can work. But like I said, I'll be monitoring it very closely to see where it goes from here.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, colleagues?
Yes, Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Moy, please.
Yeah, first I'd like to make a request. Vice Mayor Vaccaro and I are currently the subcommittee on homelessness. So if the Vice Mayor is going to things, I should be included in that. So if I could make that request, I would like to do that now. The second thing is that I agree with Councilwoman Bertani, and here's why. Before we start talking about navigation centers and so on, Councilwoman Bertani and I, with others, went to San Francisco years ago when we were talking about this stuff and saw how that works, and went to Twitter. We did all of these things and went with a gentleman who's known as the mayor of the city, the streets down there, and he lives up here where he did. And we went with people from other cities as well, Vallejo. And so, we put a lot of work in that. I don't want anybody to forget that and to forget who worked actually with these homeless people. And I want people to understand that I agree with the Vice Mayor that things have not looked good at all with what's going on with Shelter Inc. And they do need a kitchen. I don't know about the other funding there. We do need, if we could, and I'll request this along with the Councilwoman Bertani, that they come in front of us and tell us what they're doing, because they've received millions and millions and millions of dollars of grants since they've opened, and they've never come close to capacity. And there's no understanding of that for me. I don't get it. So I will be voting no today. And I look forward to going with the Vice Mayor. And if Ms. Labar could make sure that happens, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for LaTanya? Councilman Tim, please.
Yeah, I just have a comment. Kat, it's too bad. Last week you were announced we were actually at Heather, or not Heather House, but at Shelter Inc. One of the things I think a lot of people don't know is Shelter Inc., and you're right, Kat, they have received federal funding, but to my knowledge, they haven't received one nickel from the city of Fairfield. And of course, now with the Navigation Center upcoming, that's hopefully will change. But I too had the same questions as Councilwoman Bertani, and I specifically asked. I actually had a meeting last week with their executive director, Mr. Ekstrom, and I asked him about it. And one of the things was COVID, but number two is because they don't make food there. They're very, very limited on how many people they could have. So the commercial kitchen is, I think, about 2.1 million. But more importantly, what it's going to do is it will actually teach a life skill to people. So this is an important component of, transitional housing into permanent supportive housing. And I agree, Ms. Moy, with you is we'll get Mr. Ekstrom here. He'll be more than happy to. Actually, he said that in my meeting with him last week, is he'll be more than happy to give the council actually a briefing on it. And hopefully that'll put some of these questions to rest. And then it'll give Ms. Bertani a chance to ask her questions too. And I'm sure they'll be pointed, and I'm sure he'll look forward to it. So I hate to say, let's put it on the agenda, but we'll get it on an agenda here pretty quick once we can get our agenda under control. Mr. Chatwin, you okay with that, sir?
Yes, it's your agenda. We put the stuff that you all tell me you want on it, and then we put the city's business on it that has to move forward. So absolutely.
All right. Well, we can take a deep breath here for a second or two, but I will ask, I will make a motion to put it on the agenda to have that, and then at a time to be determined when it will be easiest to actually get before us. So that's my motion.
I'll second that.
And wait, multiple seconds.
And actually, all we need is, I think, 2 council members. Is that correct, Greg, that want it on? So we'll put that on the agenda.
That is correct. At this point, there's no need for any action. There's already been concurrence to put this on the agenda.
Any other comments or questions before I open the public hearing? Councilwoman Panduro, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment. I agree with Councilmember Bertani with regards to the concerns around outreach with regards to committees like this. But I think that it is an opportunity. I think that now that we've gone into districts, you have, an additional 2 council members who are actively involved, and my colleagues are as well. And I think that we need to be more engaged with those processes as well. Like, let us know that these meetings are happening. Let us know that you're needing individuals, to participate in committees. And we're all connected in different networks, and it'd be great to be able to take that information and share it. Because I see here that it was, in the paper and the city web page, but I'm also in groups on WhatsApp and on Facebook as well. So being able to have that, to be able to share it, to disperse it as far as we can, I think it's a great opportunity going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's a great suggestion, Mayor, and we'll work on that, making sure the council has information so they can get it out to their constituents as well. Thank you.
Very insightful. Thank you very much. Unless there are any other comments or questions, I will open the public hearing. Do we have any request to speak cards on this item, Bill?
Yes, we do. The first one, we have John Ekstrom, and then we have Angela White, and then we have Tina Werblin.
Okay.
Okay, John, you're up. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Just to point out a couple of facts here, and I'm sure we can provide more detail if I'm invited to speak at an upcoming city council meeting. As Council Member Tim said, we have not received any funding from the city of Fairfield. We've actually raised a lot of funding elsewhere. The reason why we don't have more people in the shelter is truly a funding and capacity issue. This shelter is funded differently than any other shelter I'm aware of. We have closed referral contracts with the county's health department, and that was how we started, right? We have increased our funding through a variety of other methods to try to get more people in. Right now, at 60 plus people, I think it was 66 this week, in the shelter, with that tiny little child care center that we call a dining hall, we can only feed so many people socially distanced at a given time, and we do shifts. We have funding that will increase that number when it comes in later this year, up to 90 participants in the shelter. Our maximum capacity is somewhere between 110 and 130, but obviously it takes money to serve each additional person. Shelter
30
Inc.
seconds.
Shelter Inc. has invested more than $500,000 of our own money to keep this shelter alive over the last couple of years. So I'm happy to come meet with all of you and answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Next, we have Tina Werblin. Go ahead, Tina.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and Ms. Terrones. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I just want to confirm I am the co-chair of the Community Development Block Grant, and I appreciate the feedback that has been given for this meeting. It will be helpful for the committee as we continue in this process. I do agree that it would be nice to have more public comments during our meeting. That would be helpful. I also wanted to comment, I think it was Councilmember Tim, and please forgive me if I have it incorrect, about the sidewalks. As a committee, we prefer to use more funding in the homeless areas and for the youth, but we were restricted based upon the percentage that HUD required. So therefore, we would have loved to move that. And we talked a lot about that. But then we were advised that we had to go by whatever the percentages were. And then my last comment would be about getting information out about membership for committees. I think whatever communication drive that we have, whether it's WhatsApp, Facebook, newspaper, that should be a standard for all of the advisory committees and commissions so that all constituents have an opportunity to join these wonderful committees. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it. And just special kudos to LaTanya Terrones. She was great in maneuvering our group. 30 seconds. And finally, we also had a very robust conversation regarding the percentage for the administrative fees as well. So thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you.
I have no more public comments.
Okay, so I'll bring it back now close the public hearing, bring it back for council action.
I'll make that motion to approve.
Okay.
To approve resolution 2021-84 and 2021-85.
Okay. And how about the second resolution? Do we take those separately?
We could do both resolutions together.
Okay. And I'm sorry, was it Councilmember Tonneson that made the motion?
Yes, I'll make the motion to approve 2021-84 and 21-85.
Yes.
And the second?
I'll second it.
Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Bertani?
No.
Councilmember Tim?
Yes.
Councilmember Moy?
No.
Councilmember Panduro?
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Vaccaro?
Yes.
And Mayor Price?
Yes, motion carries 5-2. We turn to our next item, please.
And that's item 9, I believe.
Item 9, yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Item 10.
Item 10.
Item 10. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item
Okay.
10. Yeah.
It's item 10.
I apologize.
Okay, thank you for keeping us straight, Mr. City Attorney.
Item 10, continued public hearing to hear public testimony and discuss, consider, and take action to 1, award preliminary approval to operate a commercial cannabis retail business in the city to selected finalists. 2, direct staff to prepare a resolution for adoption that authorizes the city manager to issue a commercial cannabis retail permit to operate a commercial cannabis retail business in the city to each of the selected finalists in accordance with the requirements and procedures for operation in Fairfield Municipal Code Chapter 10E and any conditions of approval. And 3, provide direction to staff in identifying any additional conditions of approval, such as community benefits, to be included with the resolution authorizing the issuance of a commercial cannabis retail permit. And our presenter is Senior Planner Amy Kreimeier.
And Amy, before you begin, I do have a conflict of interest because I own adjacent property to one of those projects. So I will excuse myself and the Vice Mayor will take over for me. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, Amy, you begin with your presentation, And after that, I think we also have, well, you can go from there, but I know we have rebuttals from all 14. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll go over all of that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Tonight we have the third meeting for our selection of commercial cannabis retail operators. So last week on Wednesday and Thursday, we heard from all 14 applicants. And tonight we have the public comment. Following all public comment, each applicant will be permitted a 2-minute rebuttal. And so we'll just go down in alphabetical order and let them all make their rebuttal. And following that will be council discussion and possible action as to who will be awarded these 4 retail permits. And with that, I will pass it back to you for public comment.
Okay. So I think what we're going to do, we'll start with the rebuttals, and I think from there, my suggestion is you go to public comment.
No, Mr. Mayor and Council, we need to have the public testimony first because the purpose of the rebuttal is to allow the applicants to respond to the public testimony this evening.
Okay.
So we do need to have all the public testimony first.
Okay. So
are you ready, Amy?
Yeah, so I will go ahead and stop sharing my screen. And
okay, first we have Cam Holzendorf. And you're on, Cam.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon. How you feeling? We're back. City representatives, Vice Mayor Vaccaro, and it's me, Cam Holzendorf. I'm speaking on the behalf of the Campaign for Change. I'd like to recommend Fairfield Cannabis Collective to be the official cannabis provider of the city of Fairfield. The collective crew are community members that are rewriting the narrative that business should only care about their clientele. The Cannabis Collective crew wants nothing more to enhance the surrounding community's quality of life while providing education about the benefits of cannabis usage. I had the pleasure of working with the Cannabis crew with various community cleanups, so enhancing directly in Fairfield, not other communities, but in Fairfield. They were punctual and they were human beings. They would talk to you like everyday community members. They were personal. They mean well. They introduced themselves. They came in uniforms that said community cleanup crew from the Fairfield Cannabis Collective. They were attentive, engaging, and they educated everyone on their craft. Amazing service that was provided by them. The couple hours I spent with them, working with them with this cleanup project, the professionalism has been shown magnitude and impressed me with the entire team. They were always punctual. They've been diligent and motivating, and even motivating my
30
crew.
seconds, Cam.
So I believe that the success of business relies on the success of the community. Our team is completely satisfied with their work, and we look forward to continuing our relationship with them. We at the Campaign for Change stand with Fairfield Cannabis Collective in their endeavors to bring community member-based cannabis collective to Fairfield. I thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Cam. Next speaker.
We have Kari Rader. Go ahead, Kari.
Good evening. This is Kari Rader, Executive Director of Community Action North Bay, homeless service provider in Fairfield. I'm calling in tonight to support Bright Spot. The Englebrights have a proven record of running successful businesses in Fairfield. They also have many years of philanthropic experience in Fairfield with multiple organizations, including veterans and our agency. They want to operate a cannabis dispensary to benefit people like my husband, who gratefully chooses cannabis over opioids to manage his chronic pain. I do not believe they are embarking on this business to make money for themselves, but I am confident they are getting into this business to benefit the city of Fairfield. Words I use to describe the Englebrights: notable achievers, deeply rooted in Fairfield, authentic, reliable, trustworthy, generous, humanitarians, unbiased, respected, genuine, honest, mentors, fair, and present. Community Action North Bay enthusiastically endorses Bright Spot as an operator as a commercial cannabis business in Fairfield. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Kari. We have Charlena Berry, then we have Matt Hawes, then we have Nancy Dooley. Go ahead, Charlena.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor Price and Fairfield Council members. My name is Charlena Berry, and I'm calling this evening to speak on behalf of Community Veterans of Fairfield. I'd like to start by thanking each of you for giving us this opportunity to essentially get a second chance at the opportunity to do business with the city of Fairfield. Your decision to rescind the original license process and to move forward with a new licensing process was incredibly courageous. Our company greatly appreciates having a fair chance to do business in Fairfield. For you to change course and to provide us that fair chance and invest these additional hours into selecting the right business for Fairfield residents can't be overlooked. And so thank you. As everyone has reviewed the presentations for each company, I can't imagine being in your shoes to make the decision on who to pick. There are really so many great groups here. I've been working on licensing in California since 2018, and I've worked with dozens of operators. I've seen great operators and I've seen operators that struggle. This is a historic moment in time when we're shaping the cannabis experience for all residents, and in this instance, the residents of Fairfield. There's no doubt in my mind that anyone given the chance could be a successful operator. So that leaves you with a very difficult decision. How do you pick?
30 seconds, please.
Have you seen or heard the Broadway musical Alexander Hamilton? If you haven't, I recommend watching it. There's a song in the election called The Election of 1800 where Hamilton was asked to endorse Thomas Jefferson for president. Hamilton and Jefferson didn't agree on anything. Jefferson's opponent was Aaron Burr, who had a reputation for never taking a particular stance on any issue. In the song, Hamilton decided to give Jefferson his vote and endorsement for president.
Okay, your time is up, ma'am. Sorry. We have Matt Hawes. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you very much, Council. One second while I pull up my notes. Okay, great. The folks at the showcases here I'm who to represent. They're what you want out of a cannabis business. Your fears normally include whether one that can run a business safely with strong ties to the community and are generally seen as a benefit to the surrounding residents. I've worked with this ownership group across multiple cannabis brands over the past 5 years, and now as a director of a California cannabis manufacturer. I witnessed personally their support of the community through hiring across the complete spectrum of backgrounds and walks of life. I've also even been behind counters as they counseled veterans with PTSD, plus, and all the other things that they go through, as well as seniors with uncontrollable pain. This is not a massive conglomerate that will bring another street-focused brand of cannabis retail. It's one that puts the community, customer needs, and valuable staff education at the top of their list. Lastly, I'd like to point out that in cannabis, you're fraught with companies that mismanage finances, especially when it comes time to pay taxes. In the past 5 years, I've worked with this group. I've been paid on the spot for my wholesale merchandise and early as past consultant contracts. This is a true anomaly and speaks volumes of the difference between the Showcase group and what others could offer. You're not just making a personality decision here, you're making a decision on who will represent your city as the outward face of your unique cannabis community. Between these two retailers, they've been instrumental in a number of different community projects, too many to list in 2 minutes. But I want to tell you that this is the model citizen of cannabis retail, and I'm proud to offer my support for the Showcase in this endeavor. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I have Nancy Dooley. Then we're going to have Elena Skoros and then Sarah Lowe Daly. Go ahead, Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members.
My name is Nancy Dooley, and I am speaking in support of Spark's application for cannabis retail permit in Fairfield. My husband and I have lived in the Rolling Hills area of Fairfield for 17 years and have raised our 3 children in the local schools. We moved here from St. Helena shortly after our eldest daughter, Kira, was diagnosed with severe autism in order to access better care and schooling for her. As Kira grew, her behavioral problems increased. We tried everything: medication, behavioral therapy, various educational therapies, occupational therapy, speech therapy, music therapy. The list is long, filled with things that did not work for her. As she hit puberty, her behavior became so violent and unpredictable and uncontrollable. Our other children were frightened and in real danger. We began seeing the director of the UC Davis Mind Institute's medical clinic, and after trying many, many different medications without any success, he suggested medical cannabis. We were desperate at that point. Her doctor advocated for her, and she became the first patient in the UC Davis health system to get a medical recommendation from them. We've explored many different cannabis options for her over the years and have found things that have allowed her to continue to live at home and successfully participate in school and the community. For Kira and our family, cannabis has been a godsend. We have been very fortunate to be able to afford her medical cannabis, but I know there are many others in our community who could benefit from this therapy but are unable to afford it. And this is why I am most interested in the issue of compassionate care.
30 seconds, please.
And supportive of Spark's proposal in Fairfield. Eric Pearson and Spark helped pioneer compassionate care programs, donating cannabis to those in need long before the establishment of the medical cannabis business. If they come to Fairfield, Spark's program will serve low-income Fairfield residents in need with at least $4,000 a month in free medical cannabis. And as in my experience, this compassionate care can transform lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Elena Skoras.
Hello, my name is Elena Skoras, and I'm calling in support of Brian Wong and Victor's cannabis application for the showcase. I'm a cannabis business owner myself, and I've been working with Brian as a vendor for his San Francisco dispensary, Purple Star MD, for quite some time now. Throughout our time working together, I have grown to really respect him and his business, which is why I am happy to be here today to call in support of the showcase. Running a cannabis business is very different than running any other business. Many have tried before and have had to unfortunately close their doors. Brian is an experienced cannabis business owner who knows how to run a successful cannabis business. Purple Star MD, his SF dispensary, is widely regarded as one of the best dispensaries in San Francisco, and that is by no coincidence. Brian is a dedicated cannabis business owner and a very good one at that. He knows how to build a successful cannabis business that draws customers to his store and tax money to the community. Even though there are several other cannabis dispensaries only a few blocks away, customers are waiting long lines that wrap around the block at Purple Star MD because they know that Purple Star MD is committed to providing them with the best cannabis products at the best possible prices. While other cannabis business owners take a hands-off approach, letting higher staff deal with the day-to-day operations, Brian takes the completely hands-on approach to his business. He is always in the store working directly with his team and vendors and is closely in sync with everything happening at the business. Brian always pays his bills in full and on time, and if I ever need anything, I know he was always just a phone call away. I am also a local resident, and Brian and his employees are professional
30 seconds, please.
And a complete pleasure to have in our community. I'm confident that the showcase will be a great asset to your community if you grant it a license. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Sarah Lowe Daly. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Sarah Lowe Daly, and I have lived in Fairfield for 26 years. I grew up in town. I'm a school teacher here, and I'm raising my 2 children here in Wood Creek, where I enjoy running into Mayor Price every so often. Shout out to Mayor Price. I was compelled to speak tonight on behalf of my dear friend, Eric Pearson, who, along with his team from Spark, have applied for a permit to open a retail cannabis store in our hometown. I have known Eric for 13 years and have been inspired and awed by his compassion for those in need and the value he places in community. I first met Eric when he was working with MyTree, a nonprofit providing hospice care. At the time, he was working to provide free cannabis to medically ill patients who would benefit from the medicine but couldn't afford it. I know that his experience working with MyTree strengthened his commitment to supporting compassionate care programs and drove him to opening Spark in 2010. Despite losing their farm in the Tubbs fire in 2017, the team stayed behind in the neighborhood, fighting fires and cutting lines around neighbors' houses, checking on animals, and providing updates to evacuated homeowners. When the pandemic hit, they went to work in their manufacturing department to make hand sanitizer. This is the kind of business we want in Fairfield. After years of waiting for a cannabis retailer in town, our community deserves an established, reputable business that has a track record of providing safe, high-quality products and will offer a high level of support and partnership in our community. Further, Spark is beautiful. The pictures on their
30 seconds, please.
Don't do it justice. The stores remind me of a day spa, and it should. People who require cannabis should not need to shop under the cover of darkness in a back alley. The people of our community deserve a beautiful, safe space. Please give Spark the community the opportunity to serve our community here in Fairfield. With over a decade of successful operation, Spark has the proven ability to provide affordable, safe cannabis to Fairfield residents. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Joe Summers. Then we have Victor Gruber, Mario Fernandez, and then Simi Kaur. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Council members, thank you for having me. My name is Joe Summers. I was born and raised here in Fairfield. I'm also a committed advocate for workers and making sure that everyone that lives and works in my community does so free from exploitation. As a society, we must remember that the underground cannabis industry has a long history of taking advantage of workers. It wasn't until recently that we as voters brought these workers out of the shadows. As one of the members of this community that voted to legalize this industry, I'm asking that my city council to ensure that this process is done right when it comes to these future workers, giving them a voice and a chance at the middle class. You can ensure that only a responsible community partner will be giving licenses. This is our chance to ensure that this industry's workers have a good job with the voice at the workplace to addressing concerns, and this is what Fairfield residents deserve out of their employers. In this council's evaluation of the applicants, I remain with deep concerns about East of Eden's commitment to being that good community partner. The representative shared assertions of their business model was successful and that they would be a good employer, but their testimony left me with even more concerns. I have a concern about East of Eden's assertion of two separate 98% unionization rejection votes. I've yet to hear of any transparent and open union vote like this being decided in such a one-sided manner. I was encouraged to hear that East of Eden was currently in negotiations with UFCW 5 on a labor peace agreement, but I question the company's commitment and whether that agreement—
30 seconds, please.
So given the task in front of you, it would be my strong recommendation to support a company that would truly support their workers. From last week, I heard at least a few companies explicitly say that they had LPAs in place, and I urge you to consider the company's future local workers when you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next speaker.
We have Victor Gruber. Let me find him. I accidentally lowered his hand. Stand by. Okay, go ahead, Victor.
Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for taking the time. I'm here to endorse the Community Veterans of Fairfield. Specifically, I've been working with a gentleman who is the founder and CEO, Daniel Weiss, who is a committed veteran, began working with CBD as an NGO helping veterans, and he's veteran and community focused. He's had a great relationship with my company. He's actively involved in the Chamber of Commerce and actively involved with the Veteran Board and Alliances. He's conducted local food drives, COVID relief efforts during 2020, and I've had the opportunity to watch this man work, and I've worked with other NGOs in the past, and he's as committed of a person, even though this is not in the NGO light, he's as committed to the process and treats it as such. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next we have Mario Fernandez. Then we're going to have Simi Kaur and then Hassan Sabag.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mario.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Mario Fernandez with the United Food and Commercial Workers Local 5. This evening, I wish to support for both CCC Associates and Element 7 in Fairfield's application process to operate a cannabis business. Both CCC Associates and Element 7 share a vision of strong labor standards and good jobs for workers in the cannabis industry. Particularly CCC Associates and Element 7 have both entered into labor peace agreements with our union that will comply with all state and local requirements and establishes a fair process for employees to gain a voice at work. Local 5 is currently in discussions with both companies about the potential of expanding this agreement to cover workers across the state of California. We're looking forward to working with both to establish the highest standards for workers in cannabis. We believe that our partnerships with both of these companies will give rise to goals and the aspirations of Fairfield's cannabis business, especially those within the selection criteria. We are confident that awarding licensure to both CCC Associates and Element 7 will result in strong labor standards, a commitment to local hiring, ensuring a fair process for workers to organize a union and a retail operation that employs best practices in its compliant operations. You're likely going to hear a few more companies mentioned by my colleagues tonight, so I ask that you please lend an ear to those speaking on behalf of the union this evening in support of these businesses. Thank you for your consideration.
Please.
Yes, thank you for your consideration this evening.
Okay. Thank you, Mario. Next speaker.
Next we have Simi Kaur. Go ahead, Simi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Simi, and I'm proudly calling in support of the showcase. I'm an account manager for Mammoth Distribution, one of the biggest cannabis distributors in the state. I handle the San Francisco territory, and I've had the pleasure of working with Brian Wong and Victor Nguyen over at Purple Star MD for the last 3.5 years now. One of the main reasons I'm in full support of the showcase, I've seen firsthand how Brian and Victor run their businesses, Purple Star being one of the most successful and busiest in the entire city. They invest heavily in community nonprofits, compassion programs, and offer the best prices I've seen in the area because they truly want to make a difference in people's lives. Every single decision I've seen them make is to benefit their customers, and I myself have learned so much from Brian on how to run a successful business. And I feel this is 100% because of their industry knowledge and work ethic. I strongly support them and encourage their approval of their license. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Simi. Next we have Hassan Sabag. Go ahead, Hassan.
Thank you so much. Hello, Vice Mayor Vaccaro and Council. My name is Hassan Sabag, and I'm the Executive Director of Nature of Sound. We're a nonprofit think tank on creative community solutions, and we also lead the Solano Anti-Trafficking Coalition. And I'm calling in support for Herb and Joy. And Herb and Joy has shown its due diligence in looking at the issues of Solano County. They've identified that sex trafficking is one of the most underfunded issues that our community faces. And they have allocated or made an MOU that we have agreed upon of about $25,000 minimum per year that'd be going directly to fighting sex trafficking and building a shelter and affordable housing for survivors. And I just really wanted to reach out and let you guys know how much I appreciate the staff at Herb and Joy. They've just showed just so much understanding of the issues, and they are led by people of color, and they're all medical experts and doctors. So I felt very comfortable going into this agreement with them, knowing that they understand the dynamics and issues of sex trafficking and victimization. So I hope you guys give them a fair consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hassan. Next speaker.
Next we have the phone number with the last digits of 101. 101, you are on.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great.
Good evening, everyone, Fairfield Council and staff. My name is Jenna Krasminski. I'm manager of legal affairs at Shrine Group. Currently, I help manage the company's in-house legal department of 6 people. I started here as Shrine's first receptionist, and then I was the legal assistant before becoming the company's legal affairs manager. I'm proud to work for Shrine because there's real room for growth within this company, and I'm proof of that. I first joined the company in October of 2019, and with hard work and dedication, I've received 2 title and pay raises in a year and a half. I love my job, and I'm truly happy with the growth that's possible for myself here. If Shrine Group received one of the 2 available permits, the locals of Fairfield could also have access to amazing career opportunities like I did, with ample avenues for growth. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Okay, thank you. Bill, I got chats that said they couldn't hear the speaker. I believe, I know we can, but I guess people at home can't. So
Audience cannot hear speaker. Okay, we'll look at this with the next caller. Stand by.
Speaker.
Next, we have NW. Then we're going to have Ashley Alvarez, and then Dr. David Isom. So next is NW.
Okay.
You're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello and good evening, Vice Mayor Baracco and City Council mayors or City Council members. I am a director for a cannabis manufacturing company, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Fairfield Cannabis Collective. I have worked with the majority of dispensaries throughout Northern California. Since joining this industry in 2007, few collectives in particular have stood out to me due to their dedication to the community and their drive to provide an elevated experience for their customers. A therapeutic alternative first opened in 2009, and Kimberly and Haley have opened successful dispensaries driven to giving back to the community. I have seen a number of dispensaries come online only to be a flash in the pan. I have also seen dispensaries build successful empires in the Bay Area. I have yet to see a collective of dispensaries come into each area that they set up their dispensary and integrate into the community at the level in which Haley and Kimberly do. These are people that care about education. These are people that care about offering a safe place to be able to purchase cannabis. And these are people that are driven towards education. We had someone speak earlier tonight about Dixon Collective coming through. And just recently, as just a few weeks ago, this company was in your city cleaning up the streets, cleaning up the creek beds. So I, more than anybody tonight, would love to say that Fairfield Cannabis Collective is here to be a part of your community. They are already your neighbors, and they are here to make a difference. Thank you so much for your time and consideration tonight.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Okay, next we have Ashley Alvarez. Go ahead, Ashley.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for taking my call. I'm calling in wholehearted support of Urban Joy, Fairfield Erudite Ventures being awarded a permit tonight. I can personally attest to their volunteer efforts and partnerships with other organizations in the Bay Area that I work with. I know that they will really care about Fairfield families and residents, and I really support you giving them one of the 4 permits tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ashley. Next speaker.
Next, we have Dr. David Isom. David, you're set.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Vaccaro and council members. I'm calling in to restate my support for 2 of the applicants, Embark and Culture. Local ownership is paramount when we're dealing with our community. Both have clearly demonstrated that they will serve our community in a reasonable and responsible way. You saw the video. You saw how Embark has recruited community members to help guide and direct funds generated from the legal sale of cannabis that have a proven track record of integrity, compassion, and concern for our community. Both have shown their commitment to providing drug prevention programs designed to provide the education and support necessary to inform communities and schools concerning drug dependency and other educational and service-oriented resources for the youth of our city. I support them, and I ask that you do too.
Thank you, Pastor Isom. Next speaker.
Next, we have We have Josh Reich. We have Tom Wilson, Grupo Flor, and Leticia Garcia. Josh, you're ready. You're on.
Hello, my name is Josh Reich, and I'm reading a letter on behalf of Cecily Medina, who couldn't be here tonight. My name is Cecily Medina, and I currently reside in Suisun City, close to the Fairfield-Suisun border. My family and I have lived in Suisun for the past 2 years, and prior to that, Fairfield for 4. This letter is to serve as support for Spark's proposed location in Fairfield. I'm a mother of 2 wonderful kids and have enjoyed raising a family in Fairfield, Suisun. Both of my kids have attended Rolling Hills Elementary and currently attend school in Vacaville. We love going to the Fairfield Mall to shop, get boba from Share Tea, Korean barbecue, donuts from Jelly, and going to Scandia Family Center. I support Spark in cannabis, specifically the high CBD and low to no THC products they carry. I have helped educate friends and family about the positive uses of cannabis, especially CBD, and as a Filipino American, have tried to change the stigma cannabis has in the Asian American community with my family. I really like Spark's commitment to providing safe and secure environment and the knowledge provided about product. The educational outreach that Spark does in all the communities where they operate will be a welcome addition to Fairfield and Solano County, as it will provide residents with the resource to learn more about safe and effective uses of cannabis. The proposed Spark location will also make it easy for Fairfield and Suisun residents to shop local instead of having to drive to other cities, such as Lighthouse, San Francisco, or Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Next speaker.
Next, we have Tom Wilson. Go ahead, Tom. You're still muted, Tom.
You're muted, Tom.
I'm trying to unmute him.
Okay.
It's not working.
Maybe we should go on to the next speaker and go back to him.
Okay, we're going to go to, for standby. We're going to go to Grupo Flor. Go ahead, Grupo.
Good evening. I am Joanna Martinez, Chief of Staff of Retail Operations for Grupo Flor, and I'm calling to support East Avita North Bay. I've worked with the company for about 2 years now, and I had the fortune to be working closely with the VP of Retail Operations and the COO. Now I work closely with them as well as the retail teams I've helped establish. I'm the gatekeeper between retail staff and the executives. I hire, train, establish policies, responsible for overseeing all matters related to real estate, recruiting, marketing, promotions, budgets, and design. Our Grupo Flor executives, the team is very unique as they are the closest thing we have to a school of cannabis. Personally, Mike was the one who guided me through my own small personal business. I am grateful for the opportunity they gave me because I entered a people company, which happens to sell cannabis. We have an amazing cultural diversity that drives us to perform the best and makes us identify the most efficient ways to accomplish something. We encourage our staff to develop a mindset of brainstorming. Many of the processes we partake in are because of the employees suggesting them. There's a willingness to try new things from both a product perspective as well as processes that we use. We encourage all management to continue the great culture we have within the company. Our managers know to give credit where credit is due. We hire from within, we promote from within, and we hire locally. We pay our supervisors and leads to take management classes and encourage them to start their LinkedIn accounts. I myself like to see women and other minorities excel in other communities and empower them and give them the tools they need to thrive in something that this is something I take seriously. In the past 2 years, I've learned a lot, primarily what good leadership looks like. The most important part of our job is giving those opportunities to the people that have that hunger. And I hope we can continue to grow in areas such as Fairfield, where we can provide these opportunities to people who have the same hunger.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We have Leticia Garcia. Go ahead, Leticia.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Leticia Garcia, and
I am representing East of Eden North Bay
I'm sorry, Leticia, go ahead.
You're on mute. Go ahead.
Hello? Can you hear me?
You're on. You're on.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Leticia Garcia. I am representing East of Eden North Bay LLC. I am the current assistant manager of the East of Eden Moss Landing location owned by Grupo Flor. I have been with the company for a little over 2 amazing years. I am a naturalized citizen that migrated to the U.S. at less than a year old with my parents. I know what hard work looks like and when it is appreciated. With Grupo Flor, I have experienced success on a personal level that I have never dreamed about for myself. The opportunity to provide for my family in such dire times means everything to me, and I'm glad that I voted against the unionization at the Salinas location when I was just a cannabis consultant, because I would not have had the opportunity to become a supervisor or manager as quickly as I have. It is solely based on my ability to move to the company's ranks based on my skill and work ethic, which is not the case when working as a member of a union. The standards of Grupo Flor are as high as any I have ever seen, and I should know. My husband and I ran an award-winning cannabis delivery service for 5 years. As a woman, I have never felt so empowered by my employer. They truly respect my input and include me on the highest level of decision-making when my expertise is relevant. I am very proud to be part of the Grupo Flor family, and I will stand by them to show the cannabis industry that Grupo Flor represents all the dreamers that work hard to achieve their goals and supports each and every individual in our Grupo Flor family. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leticia. Next speaker.
Okay, we're gonna bring Tom Wilson back up. Tom, you're on.
Hello, got me now?
We hear you.
All right, right on. This is Tom Wilson, 609 Renaissance Avenue, Fairfield. I'm calling in support of the Shrine Group, Authentic Fairfield. I am a friend and neighbor of Brian Mitchell, who's the founder and CEO of the Shrine Group. We play golf together, and our family, does barbecues and stuff together. So, am I objective? Probably not. That being said, I'm going to look at the facts of the case. First of all, there's no doubt in my mind that Brian is the only member of the team that is local. He's a third-generation resident of Fairfield with his dad and his grandfather, both working at Travis Air Force Base. And that's a fact. Second of all, I think in terms of location, Brian has a 10,000 square foot building, the largest building of anybody, of any of the other groups. It's located with freeway access. It's a single tenant building that has 102 parking spaces, so it will not impact any other tenants within a center. In addition, it's also surrounded by all commercial, no residential, no churches, no parks, et cetera, et cetera. And don't let the youth and the movie star good looks of Brian Mitchell fool you. He's a bright and savvy businessman with 10 years experience in the field.
30 seconds, please.
Okay. Once again, best location, most experience. It's the largest private company in California that was started by Brian 5 years ago. And I think I would appreciate your consideration of the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. We have Galaxy S9, then we'll follow up with Casey, then Ryan McGilly, and then Ferlin Ruiz. So now we have Galaxy S9. Go ahead, Galaxy.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much. So my name is Francisco Martinez, and I'm a field rep with the Carpenters Union, Local 180 here in Solano County. And I'm here tonight just to talk in support of responsible and compliant retail that showcase CCC Associates and Authentic Fairfield, because they have made a commitment to use responsible general contractor. This commitment is also a commitment to the residents of Fairfield and Solano County by paying livable wages, having health care for the workers, and supporting a joint labor management apprenticeship that will give opportunity for residents of Solano County to create a new career. So for these reasons, this is why I'm calling in support of our responsible and compliant retail, the Showcase, CC Associates, and Authentic Fairfield. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Casey. Go ahead, Casey.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Awesome. Hello, Mayor Price and Fairfield City Council. My name is Casey Donovan. I'm representing East of Eden North Bay. I'm here to talk about my employment experience with East of Eden. In my role as social media coordinator, I act as a liaison between the executive team, retail marketing team, sales floor and inventory retail teams, and the centralized distribution personnel. My role involves leading the retail marketing team and strategizing, developing, and managing content for our social media platforms and websites. I started with East of Eden as a cannabis consultant in Salinas in 2019, and I was given the opportunity to move into marketing role in early 2020, which has been incredible for my professional development and financial stability. The fact that my skill set was noticed and empowered by upper management has been such a rewarding employment experience. Over the last few years of working at Grupo Flor, I have interacted with virtually every aspect of the company, from the manufacturing team to the finance department. The culture of respect, empowerment, and teamwork extends across the entire company. At East of Eden and Grupo Flor, I feel like a valued member of a cooperative team and not just another employee of a corporation. The executive team and store managers are constantly encouraging their employees to hone their strengths, follow their dreams, all while providing financial stability.
30 seconds, please.
Even for entry-level employees. Grupo Flor treats its employees right, not just with good wages and benefits, but in personal interactions and professional development as well. For these reasons and more, I firmly believe that East of Eden will provide the Fairfield community with good paying jobs and opportunities to advance their careers. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Casey.
Thank you, Casey. Next, we have Ryan McGilly. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hi, yes, my name is Ryan McGilly. I'm an organizer with United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 5. I wanted to speak in favor of both Shrine and Embark. Both of these companies have been strong partners with us and have multiple labor peace agreements throughout the Bay Area with UFCW 5. Brian Mitchell with Shrine and Lauren Carpenter with Embark have both been willing partners in staying compliant with the provisions of the LPA, as well as giving us access to their workers, and in many cases, helping us have time to speak to their workers and to impress upon them the favorable outcomes of organizing. We believe that both Shrine and Embark will continue these actions if they open up in Fairfield, and will bring good, strong union jobs to the city and make the cannabis industry more legitimate by staying compliant with MCRSA and with the LPAs that they've entered into agreement with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Next, we have Ferlin Ruiz. Go ahead, Ferlin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello. I'm actually speaking in support for all of the companies that have been spoken for, just because I think that having marijuana around would actually be.
You're mute, Ferlin.
Just because, was I cut off in the middle? Sorry.
Oh, you're okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're good.
Just because it generates both revenue and it generates business and investment opportunities. And it's a way for the community to receive marijuana in ways that it's legal and not so sketchy. Even our neighbors, Ben Vallejo, according to the Times Herald, they actually collected a 2.5 million during the 2016 to 2017 fiscal year. And I think a lot of that can be used to help better our community. And just because it's such a growing opportunity in business, that it's good that we're jumping on this really early. Thank you.
Thank you, Ferlin.
Thank you, Ferlin. Next, we have a phone number that ends with the number is 808. You are on.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Jessica Cry with USCW5. I'm actually the representative for workers currently with Shrine Group Authentic. So I'd like to start off with showing our support for them. We currently have a CBA, and these workers in Fairfield would also be under that CBA, where they're able to have a contract that they can look to while we continue to partner with the company to make sure that these are careers and workers understand that this is something that they don't have to be afraid of anymore. And I'm really thankful for this company making sure workers feel educated and confident in that space. So thank you to Brian Mitchell. I'm also a Fairfield native, so it's really exciting to see this happening. Shout out to Armio. And I would additionally like to also voice the issues that we have had with East of Eden Group 04. We have not reached a settlement, unfortunately. We haven't received a response from the company about the proposed settlement, which is unfortunate because I know a lot of these workers that were wrongfully terminated once the company reopened after the robberies that occurred were really sad that they were terminated from this position. Workers were there for over 5 years. They had created long-term relationships with the patients in the community. And unfortunately, Group 04 decided to terminate them. Even one of them had a baby on the way. So it was incredibly disappointing. And to hear that they're saying that we are anywhere near a settlement is also sad, because I hope that we can hear from them soon so that we can make sure that these workers are made whole. So again, just want to say it's unfortunate that we have not reached a settlement with Group 04, but I want to say how confident I am in our relationship with Shrine Group and working with Brian Mitchell. And I look forward to hopefully representing the workers in Fairfield so I can return to my home and show them all the good stuff that we have there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you. Next, we have Sylvia Vargas, then we'll have John Gomez, then we'll have Jeff Tucker, and then Kayla Berg. So this is Sylvia. You're on, Sylvia. Sorry about that, John, then Sylvia.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is John Gomez. I am a representative of UFCW Local 5. I want to speak in support of Spark, Embark, and Shrine Group. All three of these companies, we do have relationships with LPAs, and we do believe, we've had open dialogue, and they've shown willingness to support workers in their attempt to have a larger voice in the workplace. Again, these companies, we believe, represent the kind of businesses that the city would welcome into their community, and as well that companies that would do right by their employees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Sylvia Vargas. Go ahead, Sylvia.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I just first wanted to say thank you for being here tonight. Wanted to thank you guys for taking the time to select the best cannabis operation for Fairfield. I'm not in support for a specific company, just in general. There's concerns that come with bringing a cannabis facility. There's complaints about odors, things like that. Making sure that it's going to be safe and use non-volatile methods. It's going to be a positive for the community. And I think that, hearing everyone mention all these companies. I think that really any option is going to be a great option for Fairfield, as long as those kind of concerns and those possible negative effects are going to be thought of and prevented. And of course, as long as you, the city council, agree with approving it, I think it's a great opportunity to have this new kind of business in Fairfield, especially creating jobs in a time where, you know, that's very helpful, and in an industry that's very booming and really making a mark. So thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Sylvia. Next we have Jeff Tucker. Go ahead, Jeff. You're still muted.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, councilmen and women and mayor. I'll keep my comments short. I know you got a long meeting ahead of you and many more people to comment. As you already noted, my name is Jeff Tucker with Tucker Associates, Inc. We're the property manager out at 4455 Central Way. And we're calling in to show our support for CCC Associates of Fairfield. That's the Cultural Cannabis Club, on their application with the city. We have looked over their proposal. We believe that this location right there in Cordelia Junction has great on and off access, making it really a prime location for this business. We have worked with them through the process, and they've been professional, courteous, communicative, and a pleasure to work with. And furthermore, we believe that they are the right applicants for the city of Fairfield. And with that, I would just say good evening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We have Kayla Berg. Go ahead, Kayla.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Hi, I'm calling, thank you. And I'm calling in support of the showcase. I have worked with Brian for 4 years, and I have to say that he is the hardest working small business in San Francisco. They're reliable. They have a ton of integrity, and they make any community vibrant. I am so proud to be working with him and think he could give any place, any community, a great inclusive feel. His business is managing itself, but he's there every day. And yeah, I think any community that'll have them and have the showcase is a very fortunate and lucky community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Fidel Chavez, then we'll have Tori Lasarli, we'll have Rovante Robinson, and then Shannon Bush. Go ahead, Fidel. You're still muted.
Hello, Mr. Vaccaro, council members. My name is Fidel Chavez. I'm a field representative out of Carpenter's Local 180. And we represent over 1,400 members here in Solano County. And I'm calling in support with Authentic Fairfield, Culture Cannabis, the Showcase, Responsible and Compliant Retail as the applicants. They have made a commitment to use a responsible general contractor for the construction of their project. Now, sometimes this is something that's overlooked, right, is the construction aspect of it. And it's with this commitment to a responsible general contractor and to the city of Fairfield, it's going to create livable wages here in Fairfield. Not only that, with benefits, right? It's going to create opportunities for residents to enter into an apprenticeship program, as well as for our veterans, a direct entry into the program as well. So these are our avenues for the city.
You're muted, Fidel.
And it's one of the things that I hope you guys take into consideration. This is a huge commitment of these 4 candidates to use a responsible general contractor and do the right thing for the people in Fairfield and pay them a great livable wage that they could not only have for just project, but down the line for the future to have a career. Thank you.
Thank you, Fidel.
Thank you, Fidel. We have Tori Lasarli. Hopefully I pronounced your name okay. You're on.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
I think Fidel's still on.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead, Tori.
Good evening, guys. My name is Tori Sarli. I am speaking on behalf of East of Eden North Bay. Specifically speaking about my employment experience. I am a retail system support specialist with Grupo Flor. I am pleased to have the opportunity to speak to you all today. I have been with the company going on 3 years. My time with the company has had nothing but a positive impact on both my professional and personal life. Grupo Flor has helped me grow in so many ways that I honestly don't think I would be where I am today without the opportunities they have given me. Before the company, I had several temporary jobs in which I only worked to make ends meet. Most of my life, I've been told to follow my dreams and pursue my passions, but at that time, I had none. I was without any ambition or career goals. When East of Eden first opened in Salinas, I started a week later than everyone else due to my grandma suddenly passing away. I missed all orientation and training for the position of a cannabis consultant, but I was still given the opportunity to start my training in the inventory fulfillment department, which in my case was a true blessing in disguise. I've never worked in that field before, but I enjoyed the fast-paced environment, which came with so many different tasks. I learned about everything about inventory control and management. I also learned how to troubleshoot technical issues within our
30
system.
seconds, please.
For this reason, I was moved up in the company. Now I'm proud to say I have a career and not just a job. I am honored to be part of Grupo Flor. They treat every one of their employees like family and always encourage feedback, innovation, and creativity. Grupo Flor also believes in giving back. We have organized food drives and toy drives each year. We also support veterans through community-based projects. There's nothing more self-affirming than knowing that I am part of a community that gives back to the community as well as working to shape the future of the cannabis industry.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have Ravante Robinson. Go ahead, Ravante.
Hi. So I just wanted to start off by saying, if there's 6 districts in Fairfield, I don't see why there can't be 6 dispensaries. I listened to a lot of the people talk today, and they were talking about a lot of the good things that their cannabises are doing. And if you listen to the themes, they're doing a lot of things that the city is currently not doing or not really doing a great job of. So I feel like I do a little bit of community work in Fairfield as well. And so I have seen a couple of the cannabis people that have spoken on here. I have seen them out in the community working. Fairfield Cannabis Collective is definitely one of them that I've seen out there working in the community. But, I just think at the end of the day, I don't like the limit of contracts. I feel like more people should be given a chance to live the American dream, especially when they're doing something good for the community at the end of the day. That's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ravante. Next speaker.
Thank you. We have Shannon Bush. Then we have Shannon Bush, Valeria Davalos, and then Sebastian B. Go ahead, Shannon. You're still muted, Shannon.
We can hear you. You're breaking up, Shannon.
Try walking 5 feet to the left or right.
Is that better? Can you hear me better?
We can hear you now.
You're still breaking up. Try moving a little bit.
Bill, why don't we go to the next speaker?
Okay, Shannon, I'm going to have you come back. We have Valeria Davalos. Okay, Valeria, you're on.
Hello and good evening, Fairfield Council and staff. My name is Valeria Davalos. I'm currently a General Manager of Operations at Shrine Group for Esteezy store located in downtown Los Angeles. I entered the company in 2019 with the role as a sales associate. As the company progressed, I became a shift lead, and through my determination to be the best version of myself that I could be, I have climbed up the ladder and I am now currently a general manager and supervise 116 employees. I am truly honored and thankful for having Shrine Group cross my path by opening a store in my hometown. As they presented me the opportunity I needed to show what I knew I was capable of, working for Shrine Group has taught me so much. They take the time to invest in their employees' knowledge to better the culture within the cannabis industry. I can happily say this is where I've learned to be more than just an employee. I'm a leader. I have zero doubt that having Shrine Group involved in your community will benefit local residents like they did me in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have, thank you, Valeria. Next we have Sebastian B. Go ahead, Sebastian.
Yes, thank you. My name is Sebastian. I'm calling in support of Showcase. As an industry vendor, I know firsthand that Brian and Victor run a safe business and that it is successful because of their industry knowledge and hard work. They also invest heavily in community nonprofits because they want to make a difference. I encourage you to award Showcase one of the licenses tonight, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Okay, next we have we have the phone number ending in 023. 023, you are on.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to express my support for Embark Fairfield tonight. My name is Amber Dobson, and I was actually one of Embark's first store-level employees. Tonight, I want to speak to the importance of community and the dedication that this team puts into creating meaningful opportunities for their employees. Embark was my first job in cannabis, and I started out as a guide, or what you would call as an associate, assisting customers on the sales floor. I have worked a variety of positions throughout Embark, and at every step of the way, Embark has definitely supported me to pursue my interests. I've always had a knack for human resources, but through my experiences opening and operating Embark, I realized my true passion for people. So with Embark's financial support and encouragement, I pursued my professional human resources certificate, and I've been promoted to lead Embark's HR department as we grow throughout the region. I am thrilled to have the opportunity to work with the Fairfield community, and I look forward to ensuring our team is 100% local. I know Embark, and I believe in their commitment to this community, as I've seen it firsthand, and how we have grown with this company and the team and their true commitment to the community in which they serve. Thank you so much for the opportunity to support a team that represents the best in cannabis, Embark.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Ariana. Go ahead, Ariana, you are on.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Ariana, and I just wanted to comment that I am in favor of the commercialized cannabis permits due to the benefit that cannabis could do for the community of Fairfield. Cannabis retail stores could tremendously increase the revenue of the city, along with create sales and increase the employment. Additionally, this would allow medicinal users who suffer from chronic pain, insomnia, PTSD, anxiety, which I suffer from myself, easier access to the retailers of cannabis. I understand that it could be difficult to choose a designated cannabis commercial retailer because you would like to ensure that the business retailer is managing their business correctly, within compliance, and safely for the overall benefit of the community. I appreciate your time and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Ed Brown, then we're going to have Maggie Vargas, Jofil Borja, and then Jennifer Arteaga. So we have Ed Brown. Ed Brown, you are on.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity, letting me speak. I'm Ed Brown. I am the
owner of the Original Equity Group, and we provide networking, advocacy, and education to cannabis business owners damaged from the war on drugs. I'm also the project sponsor for Culture Cannabis Retail Project in San Francisco. I've had the pleasure of working with Culture, who's been committed to providing resources for both financial, managerial, and logistics to a retail project in San Francisco that is owned by a Latina woman who I've worked for the past 3 years and who is also a social equity owner. I have worked with them personally in developing a good neighborhood project. I have seen how Culture has aligned and supported the community outreach efforts to local organizations, commercial tenants, and members of the local community. They stand behind their commitment to diversity and woman ownership. I will also say that Culture is really the real deal. They are grassroots and they possess excellent leadership. For the past year and a half that I've worked with them, I've been impressed with their decision-making, their community-first approach to cannabis retail. And if you've ever seen any of their retail projects, they have the best retail experience that I've ever had the pleasure of entering. And so I believe that Fairfield residents and visitors will be pleased with their retail offering and prices. Culture has demonstrated to you all—
30 seconds, Ed.
Culture has demonstrated to you all that they're professional, they're compliant, they're committed to diversity, committed to supporting the community it serves. I recommend the council to vote to approve Culture Cannabis Club as a recipient for one of your storefront retail permits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Maggie Vargas. Maggie, you're on.
Hi, is my sound good?
Can hear you, Maggie.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of Grupo Flor representing East Vida North Bay. So my name is Maggie Vargas, and I am the current general manager for our East Vida dispensary in Salinas. So coming from an immigrant family with limited opportunities, I temporarily seeked employment in agriculture as I balanced college to provide for my child as a single mother. I started my employment with Grupo Flor in 2018 with an entry-level position. I knew my experience here would be life-changing the moment I was hired based off my background. On a day-to-day basis, our team was encouraged by our founders as opportunities within our growing company. During this time, a union was being discussed where I voted against. Joining the team early on, I experienced firsthand a positive work environment from our coworkers, as well as the founders who were always involved on daily operations. Altogether, the team agreed and has continued without a union till this day. Within months, I was promoted as a supervisor, and as our new location in Moss Landing opened, I was offered a general manager position. Along the way, our management team were mentored and were given the tools at no cost where we gain knowledge for our career development. I do not see my employment as just a job, but as a career where I am proud to be part of an organization who has brought an impact to our communities. With my position, I am now able to provide financial stability to my family. I am also proof of a broken stereotype to a young single mother who came from limited opportunities. I have now transferred back to our Salinas location, taking on a larger store, and as my growth continues, I feel honored to represent Grupo Flor today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Jofil Boras. Go ahead, Jofil. You're on.
Good evening, City Council leaders, Mr. Vaccaro and company. Thank you so much for your patience and positive energy in this long evening. My name is Jofil Borja, and I'm a former Assistant Deputy Director for the California Transportation Commission and currently a Sacramento Public Health Board member. During my time at CTC, we actually oversaw many of the Caltrans-related transportation projects, competitive grant programs under SB1 gas taxes, and I've had the privilege to work with Solano Transportation Authority and Soltrans. I strongly support Shrine Group and Authentic Fairfield for their application in Fairfield. They're active in sustainable transportation, green energy, and public health. Not only did they provide you last week sample of ample parking, commitment to local nonprofits, and significant ownership from Asian Pacific Islander minorities, but they also want to step up and see what they can do for the local transportation and public health issues in your city. They've committed their location to also provide accessible parking and install solar-powered battery storage and electric fast charging for medium and light-duty vehicles. These charging hubs can help the public and commercial fleets, as well as government vehicles, transit, and school buses. In addition to being a local family committed to reinvesting in Fairfield, they also hope to be part of the transportation and environmental solutions. You may have all seen the significant investment that the feds and the state administration want to do in the clean transportation space.
30 seconds, please.
I urge that you consider their application, as they will also bring added benefits to your city and make Fairfield an even more competitive grant applicant in very competitive programs for both the state and the feds. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate the chance to address you, and hope for the best for Shrine Group and Fairfield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jofel. Next, we have Mark. Mark, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello, my name is Mark, and I'm the AGM at the East of Eden in Salinas, representing Grupo Flor North Bay. And in my opinion, I think Grupo Flor would be a great addition to the city of Fairfield, not just for the boost in the economy, but also for the opportunity for the community to work for a great company. For the past 3 years, I've worked for Grupo Flor and can honestly say it's one of the best places I've ever worked. They've created a safe and friendly environment, not just for employees, but also for customers to come and get what they need without feeling judged or have to worry about the stigma surrounding cannabis. Now, the team that we've built is knowledgeable, and creating an enjoyable experience is our main goal. Now, for the company side of Grupo Flor, they offer great opportunity for anybody looking to move up or better themselves, whether on the retail side, in our centralized shipping department, or in our administrative offices. Grupo Flor is ran with professionalism and also integrity. But what convinced me most to become loyal to the company was the willingness of the owners themselves to roll up their sleeves and work alongside of me during busy hours. We offer more than just a product here at Grupo Flor.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. We offer a new look for cannabis in our society. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay, next we have Danny Bernardini. We have Morgan. And then we have Doug I, then Giselle St. Vincent. Danny Bernardini, you're on.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Vaccaro, council, staff, everyone that's been sitting on a call for a couple hours. I wanted to call and voice my support for Embark. They have agreed to use a project labor agreement on any construction that they do going forward. Now, normally we know we have PLAs on bigger projects, like your overpass and your train station that we're very proud of. But, getting it on the ground floor, no pun intended, is building a relationship. They've shown in Contra Costa a repeated commitment to using project labor agreements, which, as some of my colleagues have mentioned earlier tonight, it's using, well-paid trade and well-trained men and women of the trades, and as well as apprenticeships. And it's good to hear that several of the other dispensaries have signed with the carpenters or promised to. Hopefully we can work with them on a full PLA as well. As far as the staffing, you've heard from a lot about my brothers and sisters in the UFCW. We also agree that the staffing of these facilities is important to provide a living wage and benefits. So I know you got a tough decision. It's a kind of incredible. We're sitting here talking about it, and some of the folks that have stepped up and are speaking in favor of cannabis, you never thought you'd see it. So I know it's a new world, and I know you'll choose responsibly.
30 seconds, please.
I'm speaking in favor of Embark, and just because of their support for the men and women of the building trades. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
Okay, next we have Morgan. Let me see here. Okay, Morgan, you're on.
Go ahead, Morgan. Let's go back to Morgan. Bill. Let's go to the next speaker.
Okay, so right now we have Doug I. Doug, you are on.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Can hear you, Doug.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, and attendees. I'm a resident of Fairfield for almost 30 years and also an Air Force veteran. My last base was here at Travis Air Force Base. Fairfield is home to my oldest daughter, and she's currently an employee of Herb and Joy, which plans to do business as Fairfield Erudite Venture. She is currently employed as a community liaison for the company. She has an extensive experience and is fully qualified to provide support for the Fairfield Erudite Venture. She's a loyal and hardworking employee who drives every day from Fairfield to Redwood City to go to work. Excellent company, excellent employee. I'm taking this time to endorse Fairfield Erudite Ventures and wholly support the establishment and licensure. On weedmaps.com, they have a proven track record with excellent reviews. I have faith and trust in Fairfield Erudite Ventures, and I know that this company will have a positive impact on the community, both economically and medically. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Giselle St. Vincent. Giselle, you're on.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Can hear you, Giselle.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm not going to be long, but ever since cannabis has been legal in the state, I just wanted to say that I'm representing everyone that came on, no one in specific. Ever since cannabis has been legal in the state, a lot of people who were against has felt a little more safe trying it with it being legal now. Medically ill people, like someone had mentioned earlier, has tried it and seen that it helped with their appetite coming back again and also lowering stress and stuff like that. Instead of people driving out of town to Vallejo and Davis and stuff, we should offer it here in local businesses so that people don't have to drive out of city for it. There's already about 25 delivery companies in Fairfield, California. So it's like, we might as well give them a building to sell out of, because that's more money in the city's pockets and theirs as well. And also cannabis stores in Fairfield would help create more jobs and possibly more farming opportunities too, because it would cultivate more people to buy, and they would probably need more product too. I have some facts here.
30 seconds, please.
Okay. Property values near cannabis outlets generally are not affected, and in cases increase 6 to 8 for the businesses. Like if you put a cannabis store near an outlet or somewhere, it increases the businesses nearby. And in some neighborhoods where cannabis was legal to sell out of businesses, the crime rate also decreased. And sometimes it's just nice knowing that there's a cannabis shop in your neighborhood. Time is up. Also, oh, okay. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Giselle St. Vincent. Giselle, you're next.
Hey, that was me.
That was Giselle. I think the next one is Francisco.
Francisco, you're next. Francisco, you're on.
Actually, it's Greg Wright. I'm sorry. Bill.
Sorry, my list is jumping on me.
I know, it's Greg Wright.
Greg Wright. I'm sorry. Greg Wright. There's Greg. Greg, you are on. You're still muted, Greg.
Sorry about that. Hi, Council. My name's Greg Wright, and I'm here today to represent for Embark. I'm a longtime Fairfield resident. I support my dream team, Embark, for the cannabis license in my hometown. I first heard of Embark when Lauren and Ron and Dustin were feeding the homeless on Thanksgiving at Bay North Church of Christ. I believe in Embark because this was my first job in the industry. And since the day I started my training with Embark, I've been impressed by the level of resources, individual attention, and the accessibility of our leadership. Embark's management is very hands-on. They work individually to help all team members grow within the community. And it's not a job, it's a family. I think most people can say that about the work, or they can't, but it's true for me. I know when my grandmother passed away, I talked with my manager about taking time off, and there was no issue at all. But more importantly, the whole team supported me. So when real things happen, Embark was very supportive. So I encourage Embark to open in Fairfield. I hope that you guys take the time. Embark is a very conscious, eco-friendly, community-oriented business. And I hope that this council will take my experiences into account. And
30 seconds, please.
When they're making their final decision. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Greg. So now we have Francisco Zarate. Francisco, you're on.
Give me a second. All right, are you guys able to hear me out?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Fairfield City Council. My name is Francisco Zarate, and I'm in favor of East of Eden. I'm currently the retail operations coordinator here at Grupo Flor. Pretty much I'm the middleman between the executive team and the rest of the departments. So I work closely with the chief of staff, Joanna Martinez, who spoke earlier. I have a background in hospitality, so I want to help in providing the best possible customer experience. By that, I want to help in differentiating the company to be one that can guide you through a purchase to ensure you are satisfied rather than a typical retail store. I work for different hospitality companies whose mission is to provide an experience of a lifetime, whether it be weddings, banquets, car shows, etc. So I hope I could help in differentiating the customer experience at a cannabis dispensary to make it truly an experience of a lifetime. What I love about East of Eden is the fact that they promote from within. It really gives you a sense of what it means to begin at a starting position and work your way up. And so far, I've been enjoying every step of the journey. I started at the sales floor as a bud tender. I'm now working with the executive team, and I'm really eager to continue to build and strengthen my skills. East of Eden also partakes in supporting local and or nearby businesses. For example, at one of our stores, we have shops and restaurants as neighbors. So we always go out there to eat as well as do our best to direct traffic to them. On top of that, we never really had any complaints from any of our neighbors, whether it's noise or smell or even trash complaints. We also like to support the community with events such as We for Warriors Project, or drives, as mentioned earlier by my colleague Tori. East of Eden is also a very welcoming place, and we do our best to make it a safe environment where no one should feel ashamed or feel weird about purchasing cannabis. Again, my name is Francisco Zarate, and I'm proud to support East of Eden, a place I could call home, and those that I work with, family. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Francisco. Jocelyn is next.
I'm sorry. Francisco, thank you. I have Joycelyn Von Strong, then we have Danny, then we have a phone number that ends with 265, then we will have Jamie Eikenberry. Joycelyn, you are on. You're still muted, Joycelyn?
Unmute. There we go. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jocelyn Von Strong. I'm a Solano County resident and have been for 35 years. Some of you guys know me. Let me get my I apologize. It happened so fast. I had it already. I'd like to register my support for approving 4 retail cannabis facilities in Fairfield. Residents need to have choices when purchasing CBD, medical, and cannabis products. I'm especially supportive of Culture Cannabis Club, which has easy on-off access to the freeway. It won't burden Fairfield streets with added traffic. I've worked with Jana Modena in and around Fairfield through the Chamber of Commerce and other local events, and I'm confident that as an owner of Culture, Jana will do what's best for the Fairfield community. I ask you to support Culture Cannabis Club and appreciate your allowing me the opportunity to share my support for Culture. Thank you so much, and thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Vaccaro.
Thank you.
Next, we have Danny. Danny, you are on.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, good. Good evening, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Danny Kress, and I'm calling in support of Fairfield Cannabis Collective to receive a cannabis retail license in the city of Fairfield. I've been the lead educator and staff trainer for one of the oldest and most respected dispensaries in Sacramento for over 5 years, and have worked closely with Kimberly Cargyle and Haley Andrew and the rest of their team throughout that time. The level of importance they place on staff education and compassionate cannabis consultations has earned my admiration, and I know they will earn the trust of the Fairfield community. I've witnessed firsthand what that education can do in the lives of their members. Their teams make connections with those members that extend beyond a retail transaction. They donate to many local organizations, and their discount and compassion programs have provided not only free and discounted products to those members, but long-lasting support for years. The Fairfield Cannabis Collective would be the ideal representation of the cannabis industry and the positive work a cannabis business can do in the community they serve. Their experience educating their staff and providing a safe, welcoming space for their members truly sets them apart. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. We have the phone number that ends with 265. You are on. You are still muted.
Still muted.
Okay, I'm going to.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm here.
Okay.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. My name is Samantha Dennis, and I'm calling to support Embark. I appreciate the opportunity to express my support for my family and my current employer. I'm very, very confident to say Embark is the right team to serve Fairfield as a community. I was raised in Fairfield and graduated from Fairfield High School, the class of 1999, and I'm proud to be a part of such an incredible team, and also to support a cannabis retail permit in my hometown would make me the happiest person ever. What I value most is the community, or commitment to community, both for me and to the members of the community. We consistently donate and support local nonprofits through the Community Advisory Board, something that I feel is unique about our company. We focus heavily on education. I am the company's educator and have medical training in my background. It would mean a great deal to have us operating within the community, serving you and all members that come to visit. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jamie Eikenberry. Then we're going to have Tiffany Williams, Mark, Edward Russell Jr., and Coach Pepe. Jamie, you're on.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Eikenberry, and I am speaking in support of Spark's application for a cannabis retail permit in Fairfield. I have been a resident of Fairfield for 17 years with my husband and 2 kids. I am a working mom and heavily involved in Fairfield activities around school, sports, and community service. It is through this lens that I watch the retail cannabis applicants make their presentations to the City Council, because I think this is a positive development for Fairfield, as it will bring resources to the city to help address issues I care about, like homelessness. It also has the potential to reduce street-level crime in Fairfield's most impacted communities. It will provide better access to Fairfield residents who need or choose to use cannabis products for medical or recreational use. I support the proposal from Spark for a few reasons. First, Spark's community benefits package is not only one of the largest among those applying, but I think returning 10% of their profits back to the city for the council to award is the smartest and most efficient. We elect you for City Council. While I support nonprofit organizations, they don't have the same accountability to the public. Second, most of the applicants talked about getting good jobs to community residents who need them. I trust Spark and their team to get jobs to our neighbors who are genuinely good people in need.
30 seconds, please.
Finally, while I support cannabis retail in Fairfield, I still have some concerns about cannabis stores going into Fairfield neighborhoods that are struggling with other social issues like poverty and crime. I think it would send the wrong message if the council located a cannabis retail store next to a liquor store or a gun shop. Spark will be across from Costco with plenty of parking and not near any school, park, apartment complex, or other sensitive use. While Spark's design is clean and upscale, it is also unassuming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Tiffany Williams. Tiffany, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Tiffany Williams. First, I just want to thank the mayor and the council for hearing me tonight. I know you guys have had a really long night, a lot of us watching and waiting for all of this. I really wanted to call in and show my support for Urban Joy being awarded this cannabis retail permit. I've really watched them grow over the last year, and they've continued to impact the communities around them. Just going into their hiring process alone, I have seen them promote and organically grow the employees around them. And these employees that are brought in on the first hand are just so diverse, of all different races, all different genders. They're really striving to bring up the community around them with them. And that is a huge impact. And I think that definitely in the Fairfield area and everything around there could use that kind of help, because they really are bringing these people in and, teaching them all new skills and things that they can really carry with them moving forward. So I just wanted to call and let you guys know, I really support them and, award it to Urban Joy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Tiffany Williams. Tiffany, you're on.
That was Tiffany.
Yeah, you just called me. Sorry, thank you.
You have Mark.
Sorry about that, Tiffany. Thank you. We have Mark. Mark, you are on.
I believe we heard from Mark.
Okay, let me get this here.
Yes, I already spoke.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have Edward Russell. Okay, Edward, you're on.
So I support Potheads. They rock. I mean, I grew up on Scooby-Doo, Shaggy, and that painter guy Ross. But what a world we live in when pastors call in and support potheads. Too bad I've never heard any pastor call in to protect their own Black citizens from hate crimes, or even call in to protect them when law enforcement is beating the crap and murdering the citizens. Oh, wait, money must be involved. My bad, I'm tripping. But nevertheless, I think guys should just give everybody the opportunity to buy as much weed as they want. It can't hurt. I mean, look at your city attorney. Look at his face. It looks like he could blow some. I mean, dude really needs to relax. And plus, you know, the other benefit is that old man Price, he could use it so he can maybe stop wetting the bed. So you can see it's a win-win for everybody. But at the end of the day, you guys will do the wrong thing. You'll screw up because you guys are a bunch of buffoons. So stop wasting everybody's time. Get out the way and let somebody else come run the town. Be well.
Thank you. And we have Coach Pepe.
Hold on, Bill, just wanted to let everybody know that we'll take a break after the speakers.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Coach Pepe, you were on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Hear you, Coach.
Yes, I'm coming to support Daniel Wise and Saad Patah. Saad Patah, my name is Jose Jimenez. I'm a recreational soccer coach for 20 years, and I'm calling on their support. Mr. Saad Patah owns a store in Escondido. They've been helping me out for different groups throughout those 20 years, and I just wanted to let everybody know that when it comes down us helping with the kids with uniforms, anything with shoes, if we need soccer balls, they're always there for us, for the community, even for me, myself. And I just want to call you and let you guys know. It's also for the project named Community Veterans of Fairfield LLC. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You say you wanted to take a break now?
No, we're going to go through the speakers and we'll take a break.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Coach Pepe. So now we have Eleanor Pormento. Then we're going to have Retail West, Ryan Anderson, and Michael Zumpano.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Eleanor Pormento Kecueva, and I'm here to support Urban Joy. I have been ordering from Deanna Ibison for my husband for about 20 years, and we really appreciate having a safe and confidential way of obtaining our cannabis products. We have been a resident of Fairfield for many, many years, and we're involved in the Holy Spirit and Our Lady of Mount Carmel circuit. And being involved in the church, it is very, very important that we maintain a level of privacy when it comes to our cannabis use, because frankly, cannabis use is still widely misunderstood and controversial to many, especially in our community and in our culture. As for myself, I have severe chronic pain, anxiety, depression, and PTSD. And especially in these tough times, such as COVID, it is so important that people have access to cannabis in safe and legal ways. And not to mention, we have a household who are at high risk. So yeah, just like many others, I also appreciate that this emerging industry has offered so many legitimate job opportunities to others. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you so much for your time and patience.
Thank you. Now we have Retail West. Retail West, you are on.
Hi, sorry, that's my company name. My name is AJ Schrader, and I'm calling with a slightly different perspective than the folks that have called in so far. My family owns a property in Union City in the center of Union Landing, which is one of the largest and busiest shopping centers in the Bay Area. Over 12 million people visit that shopping center a year. In 2019, we learned that our building could potentially accommodate a retail cannabis store. This was news to us, and we took it upon ourselves to visit the industry players, learn more about what's going on in cannabis, and understand if that was going to be a fit for our building and for the center. We came around to the idea, and we were then approached by 10 different cannabis operators, a few of whom are at the table in Fairfield to earn a license. We visited a store of every operator that approached us if they had one open, and we spent significant time figuring out what was going on with the ones who did not have a store. We were extremely, extremely concerned about bringing a cannabis operator that would be detrimental and not a positive to both the Union Landing Shopping Center, our surrounding neighbors, and the community. Having owned the building for 20 years, this was imperative for us. After our lengthy due diligence, the one operator that stood out above the rest for us, and many of them were great, was Grupo Flor. They did not offer us the most rent, nor did they offer us money up front as many of the others did. What they did offer was a brand that we felt would be a really strong fit in the shopping center. Beautifully built. The customers that came in were diverse. They were helped extraordinarily well and friendly from their employees. We wanted to make sure that the brand that joined Union City was not promoting a young, urban, vaping customer that was going to come and negatively affect Chipotle and the other tenants around us. I encourage you to step back and look at what the goal is here. Find a candidate,
we're out of
four
time.
of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next, we have Ryan Anderson. Ryan, you are on.
Hello, my apologies. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Council. I appreciate the time and the opportunity. Again, I'm Ryan Anderson. I'm calling on behalf and offering my sincerest support for community veterans of Fairfield and their founder and CEO, Daniel Wise. I've had the great opportunity to work a bit with Daniel over the last, I don't even know how many months at this point. However, notwithstanding, it's his dedication to developing these stores and these communities that has really stood out and why I'm on this call. Everything that we've learned coming from their company has been very community focused. They've put a strong team together to actually lend their support to these communities that they've been working in, and absolutely have a dedication to do the same thing in Fairfield. They're working with veteran support establishments and associations, as Daniel has a background and has given his service that's of utmost importance to them. So that actually comes great into play of working with their veteran relationships and making sure that those are involved in their business all the way across. Not to mention the community supports above and beyond, as a lot of the companies and such have shown this evening. I think there's going to be a lot of that to go around.
25 seconds.
Thank you very much. I'll wrap it up. In closing, I guess here in recognition of Public Service Week, my thanks to the council there for your service, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Zampano. Michael, you're on.
Hi, thanks for taking the time with me here. Mike Zampano, I'm a third generation Fairfield resident, and I'm the community director for Grupo Flor. I just wanted to explain how that happened. My wife and I were taking a little vacation and we visited their shop in Salinas. And I've opened a number of dispensaries in Colorado so I can see when a shop is run well. I'm also very concerned about the impact of cannabis on the community. So we were completely impressed. East of Eden does everything right. Their staff is trained really well. They're happy. They're friendly. They know their product, their procedures. I told my wife that our parents would feel at home in their shops. When Fairfield announced they were going to open dispensaries, I made a point to get to know the people at East of Eden. And I was just super impressed. They're smart, mature business people. They've got strong principles. And I think they'll be really great partners with the city of Fairfield. I hope you'll give us the opportunity. I have some great ideas for making a positive impact on the community as well. So I hope you'll consider having us in your community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We have Aaron Davis. Then we're going to have Ichiro, Luis Jimenez, Mindy, and Gaming Jazz. Aaron, you're on. Erin, you're on.
Hi, my name's Erin Davis. I'm calling in support for Fairfield Cannabis Collective. I have the pleasure of knowing a few people that work here. They're a very compassionate group, very, very professional. And I do appreciate that it's a small business run by women. And I do appreciate that it's non-corporate. And I just would hope that you guys will think about that. And because of their outreach in the community already before they even get the full approval is amazing, going out and cleaning up your city. And I just wanted to show my full support for Fairfield Cannabis Collective. And thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Ichiro. Ichiro, you're on.
I think we have to move Michael Zampano out of the queue. Go ahead, Ichiro.
Yeah, hi. My name's Dr. Douglas Ferguson. I happen to be a chiropractor with a background in firefighting and paramedicine, and there was always a stigma around cannabis. We couldn't have that in our blood and our urine or anything. Since I've been hurt my back really bad, I've been a chiropractor. The cannabinoid system has come to light with studies that are just incredible, and I've been able to refer a lot of people to medical marijuana, medical cannabis, if you want to say that. And the thing that I need to get across is that you need someone with a strong background and knowledge in that particular part of the business. And that would be the Fairfield Cannabis Collective. Those people have their roots deep in the medical marijuana business and have just helped tons of people that I've sent that way. We don't prescribe anything. But when someone has a real issue, especially people with cancer and things like that, it's just been a godsend to be able to send people. And they're driving past a lot of the dispensaries that they could stop at to get to the folks that are going to run that operation for you. So please consider that when you're thinking about who should be running your cannabis in your city. And I just appreciate you listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we had Luis Jimenez. Luis, you're on.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to call in support of, my name is Luis Jimenez. I'm actually a lieutenant here in the U.S. military. I'm here to support Saad Fahad and Daniel Wise. I was one of the soccer players that was under Coach Pepe that just called recently. And I wanted to call in support of Saad Fahad and Daniel Wise. They have helped the community very, a lot lately. For me growing up at a young age, with their help, we were able to pay for registration fees, soccer cleats, stuff that me and my younger peers weren't able to afford at the time. And growing up, they gave us a lot of opportunities. I was able to be able to get out of bad situations with their help as well. They had helped me to be able to push through high school and be able to be the first in my generation and my family to go to college, and now be able to graduate and now be where I am today. So I just wanted for you guys to know and support, and I'm just in support of Saad Fahad and Dan Wise in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mindy. Whoops, sorry. And then we have Gaming Jazz, Anna Vasquez, and then the phone number ending in 5750. Mindy, you are on.
Hi, thank you, Council. My name is Mindy Galloway. I'm CEO of Camilla, a woman-owned social equity cannabis brand, and co-chair for the DICE Committee for the California Cannabis Industry Association. In the very early stages of my cannabis journey, Kimberly Cargile and the other operators at the Fairfield Cannabis Collective helped educate me and help me understand the best way to use cannabis to help me treat my depression and my insomnia. Has been very helpful in my life and I turned everything completely around. I have walked with them and joined events where they've been in the community, and we have, went to the streets, helped pick up garbage, and bring supplies to the homeless. In addition, my dad, who is a Vietnam veteran and has schizophrenia, was put on the compassion program and also is educated on, helping, to fight his depression and PTSD as well. So I've been in the professional cannabis industry for over 8 years now, and I've met a lot of people, a lot of retailers, and the operators at the Fairfield Cannabis Collective are some of the most well-known, well-respected leaders in the community that really go out and help the cities where they operate.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you for, even considering cannabis retail dispensaries in your city and for opening up retail for those who really need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gaming Jazz. Jazz, you're on.
Can everybody hear me?
Can hear you.
Hi. So my name is Jasmine Moore. I am a Fairfieldian from my heart to my core. I've been here my whole entire life. And when it comes down to culture, when it comes down to people, I've had my fair share of just conversations, honest conversations with the members of this community. I truly feel as though Urban Joy would be the perfect selection for this community. Why? Because I specifically go out towards the Bay Area and use that cannabis company quite often. And they have not only made me feel like a valued customer, but they've made me feel like a part of their family. Every single time I answer the phone, it's like the level of optimism that exudes out their voices is breathtaking. This community is surrounded by depressing events. It's surrounded by just death, violence, decay, and needs an uplifting company that will benefit both the community and that will benefit people's morals as well. So, that's all I'd like to say. Thank you for listening and taking the time to listen to me. And thank you, Urban Joy members who are here for your excellent service, including Deanna. She's probably one of the strongest individuals in that company.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we have Anna Vasquez. Anna, you are on.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening, Council. I'm just calling in support of the applicant responsible and compliant retail under Embark Fairfield. Embark has already demonstrated its ability to launch and operate responsibly elsewhere in California through its local partnership model. Embark secured 4 licenses to operate dispensaries in Northern California. They can be trusted in Fairfield because they bring experience and existing operations focused on community, which most large operators lack. Over the past decade, Embark's leadership team has been a driving force in the development and implementation of thoughtful cannabis legalization policies in both California and internationally. They have an overwhelming support from local and state leaders. And unlike others who view Fairfield as an opportunity to cash in on the green rush, or who are pursuing licenses across the state or nation to be the biggest and best, Embark has a proven track record as experienced leaders with the right motives in this emerging industry. Their application represents a full circle for local owner Ron Turner, first by protecting public health and safety as a police officer, and now through the creation of a community-oriented, compliant cannabis business that seeks to provide tangible benefits for the community, public health and safety, and youth education and prevention efforts. Thank you.
Please.
That was it for me. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Thank you. We have the phone number that ends with 750. Then we will have Jody Ballard, Darian, Nick Haddix, and Jennifer Artiega. 750, you're on. You are still muted.
You're muted, 750. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good evening, City Council. My name is Lisa, and I'm a union worker and a union member. So let me just first start out by saying that I stand with the companies that have specifically chosen to align themselves with labor for good jobs, for working class folks, for racial equity, particularly the Shrine Group, Embark, Element 7, Spark, and the Fairfield Cannabis Collective. Both Embark and Shrine Group, going by Authentic, are redoubted employers for their compliance with their labor peace agreements, allowing their workers to choose and recognize the value in a union workplace. Unlike East of Eden, so that is Grupo Flor, who consciously chose to terminate their workers of a diverse workplace in Oakland when it came time to reduce costs. In doing so, they consciously chose to ignore a legally binding collective bargaining agreement and neglect the value of its workers and community. The management team calling in certainly doesn't seem concerned with abiding by any sort of labor peace agreement, leaving one to consider what licensing requirements they would choose to disagree with in the future. So please consider instead the
your time
reliance and value of the Shrine Group and Bar.
Okay, next we have Jody Ballard. Jody, you're on.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Judy Ballard. I'm a longtime Fairfield resident. I've lived here 36 years. I'm a mother of two and a grandmother. And I've had the pleasure of working with Ron Turner as the treasurer of the 100 Club of Solano and Yolo counties. I'm here tonight to express my unwavering support for Ron as a leader of this community and also a man with integrity. I'm proud to support Ron, and I know Ron will put his heart and soul into ensuring that Embark Fairfield creates meaningful benefits for the residents of our community. I have family members who depend on cannabis for pain management, and I think Embark has got a great business plan to help our community as well as help those people that need the cannabis pain management system. Ron has been in the forefront of addressing our community's concerns for a majority of his life, from serving as a police officer to founding the Solano 100 Club, where we provide grants to address the needs of this community. Ron understands our community. He knows the needs and how to best address them and deliver impactful change for us. He knows the nonprofits and their leadership, and he understands how to build coalitions to help achieve a goal. And I'm confident that Ron will approach cannabis with the same rigor.
30 seconds, please.
I'm confident that if provided the opportunity, Ron Turner will make this community proud and serve as a foundational leader for our city's cannabis industry. Confident this council will select the best operators to serve our community, and I appreciate the opportunity to support my friend, mentor, Ron Turner, in his pursuit of this retail establishment in the city of Fairfield. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Darian. Darian, you are on.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Darian. Thank you for taking your time to speak with us. I am the general manager of the Salinas location at East of Eden. I would think East of Eden would be a great location for your guys' area. Not only do they not think of their employees, but the customers as well. We have great selections for everyone, not just flower. We have everything for non-smokers to people that like to smoke. And as well for the employees, we are not just a regular cannabis store. We offer health benefit, insurance for everyone. We try to get every input of the employee to help us with our company to grow as well. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, I think I cut off a little bit. But yeah, they're not only, they always think about the community. They try to get the customers' input at all times. Any new product that they want to try, we try to get it in as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Nick Haddix. Nick, you are on.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
So tonight, I am calling in support of Fairfield Cannabis Collective, and I am calling in opposition of Bright Spot. So I'm calling in support of Fairfield Cannabis Collective. I've personally known many of the owners for well over a decade, and I just want to let you know that they are the type of business owners that you want in your community that already have cannabis experience. They have a proven track record of what they do in their community, and they're already out in our community showing us what they can do before they've even been granted a permit every Saturday out in the community, some of them before their jobs, just going out and supporting Fairfield. And then my opposition to Bright Spot is they have no cannabis experience whatsoever. Cannabis is more regulated than banking. And coming from someone who works in cannabis, who's also worked in the auto industry, cannabis is far much more of a specialized field that you really need to have some experience in. That's why we have these businesses that are backed by somebody with a lot of experience, not because necessarily of the money required, but because that experience is invaluable. And Fairfield Cannabis Collective has that experience behind them. Also, 2 of their employees that are now owners are currently employees at their dispensaries that they are now promoting into an ownership role and providing that equity back into the community and back
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. Back into, and those are dollars that come back to Fairfield. Those are dollars that come back to Solano County that if you went with one of these other bigger companies would stay outside of Solano County and wouldn't be spent directly back into Fairfield. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
May the 4th be with you in whatever decision you make.
Thank you. Jennifer Artiega, you are on.
Hi, good evening, Fairfield Council and staff. My name is Jennifer Artiaga, and I'm calling in support of Shrine Group and Authentic Fairfield. I worked with Shrine Group for 3 years now. I started in 2018 as a sales associate and have moved my way up to Northern California's district manager in just 3 years. I currently oversee 6 stores in NorCal and supervise over 240 employees. My time at Shrine has taught me skills for organizing and leading a team efficiently and with the purpose of success. Allowing Shrine Group to receive a permit will allow others in the community to have the opportunity to grow with Shrine Group like myself. It has changed my life in ways I never thought possible. Allowing others the opportunity of a lifetime is something everyone should have access to in this never-changing, fast-paced industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. I have the phone number ending with 397. Then we're going to have Floyd Trammell, Karina Vasquez, Shannon Bush, Adiola Adedipe, Adiola's Advocacy. So this is 397. You're on.
Good evening, Council. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to address the Council on behalf of Ron Turner. My name is Matt Ballard. I'm a longtime Fairfield resident. I know a few of you on the Council extremely well. Residents and members of the Solano 100 Club. I've known Ron Turner almost all my life. I'm proud to support him tonight. Ron has been instrumental in the Fairfield community for decades and has done great work through Solano 100 Club. I have known Ron for years, trust his intuition and ability to build a team, accomplish a goal. I'm confident he has done with Embark. As our community considers who is the best to lead this new industry in Fairfield, I'm confident that you have found a true winner in Ron Turner. Ron is a dedicated, hardworking, trustworthy man, and I hope this council will take those attributes into account when making their final decision here tonight. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very
Have a
much.
nice evening.
Thank you. We have Floyd Trammell. Floyd, you're on.
Hello, this is Floyd Trammell. Good evening, Vice Mayor Carl, Mayor, City Council persons. My name is Floyd Trammell, and I'm coming to support Showcase. I was raised in Fairfield, went to Green Valley, also Armio High School, played on Armio basketball team with Coach Dahl, and remember Chuck Hammond, who was mayor of our fine city. I'm supporting Showcase because I believe they are a good business. Both Brian and Victor run a safe business that is successful because of the industry they've made great strides in their knowledge and hard work in San Francisco. And they also invest heavily in the community and nonprofits in San Francisco. I've connected them to the NAACP. I'm also the president of the Dr. Martin Luther King Foundation. They've done a lot of work with the community and making sure that people get jobs and also support the community. I'm strongly encouraging to award the Showcase with one of these licenses tonight. And I'm hoping that I'm so excited that they'll be bringing businesses to the city where I grew up. And I hope that each of you all will be healthy, safe, and well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Floyd. Next, we have Karina Vasquez. Then we'll have Shannon Bush, Adiola Adipe, and then Richard Miller. So now we have Karina. Karina, you are on.
Hi, good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you for having me back. I went and taught my class, and now I'm back. So I am in support of the retail cannabis clubs in Fairfield. I'm not in particular in favor of any one of the ones that have spoken tonight because I'm not familiar with them. What I will share is my perspective as a parent and as a member of the community that works with parents and families. Actually, it's something that we just brought up in our class right now, what is important to them for retailers of cannabis in the city. And some of the things that came up is that they want to make sure that whoever gets chosen gets back into the community, offers jobs to the community that are not just coming to the community to kind of like cash in on Fairfield, but it's really, truly in caring of the community of Fairfield, of the families of Fairfield, of prevention work, and that will give that opportunity of jobs primarily to the members of the Fairfield community and not hire outside people to come into the community. So those are the concerns of the families. A lot of these families do have children, they do have teenagers, and sometimes it always comes up, where are they going to be pushing to teenagers and what are the things like that? And they actually do feel safe. They feel like it's going to be something that might be beneficial for teenagers to have cannabis clubs or retailers in the community. So it won't kind of be like hush hush underneath the table, but they will be able to sit down and have those conversations. So I just hope that whatever it is that you guys vote for, that you guys vote for something that does give back to the community of Fairfield. Thank you for your time. I know you're all tired as I am as well after a long night. So I appreciate you staying on and listening to our concerns.
Thank you, Karina.
Thank you. Thank you for teaching. Shannon Bush. Shannon, you are on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. Hello, Mayor and Councilman. Excuse me, Council. I'll get straight to the point. So for Horizon Fairfield, I heard no discussion at all regarding any security plan whatsoever. Also, they remarked that they had 10 parking spaces. I think they had the least of all applicants. And I heard of no neighborhood outreach. I was shocked when these items were completely overlooked, especially since the first group that had gone, these points were, made very clear. I think the only comment I can recall is Moy asking about a photo of the inside of the proposed building. What also stood out to me, and I'm seeking more clarification on, is the at-risk youth program and running the food truck. Is that at the dispensary? And can you explain the reserved parking spot for the at-risk youth at the dispensary? What is the purpose of the spot? And what age range youth are you targeting your program towards? For Bright Spot, anyone who's a Solano County native knows Roadrunner Tell and the businesses the family has owned. But in my honest opinion, they're in the business of accumulating businesses. Wonderful, they were able to afford that great production company, but I think we all expected a less corporate presentation. It's difficult to feel as if they aren't taking on this new adventure for no other reason than for an investment opportunity. As for the companies accumulating licenses, no thank you. I, for one, don't want Fairfield to become another—
30 seconds, please.
I, for one, don't want Fairfield to become another corporate-sponsored city like Vacaville. And finally, a question to the companies who are going to get involved. Why not the present tense, especially those of you tying your desire to open your dispensary with being a Solano and or Fairfield native? Oh, and also one more question for Bright Spot. Again, I very much appreciate all of the donations you mentioned in your produced presentation. Can you tell us which of those many donations were not also used as a tax write?
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker.
Next speaker is the Adiolas Advocacy. You are on.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Good. We can hear you.
Good evening, you guys. Thank you so much for staying up so late to hear my story. My name is Adiola Adedipe. I'm the founder of Adiola's Advocacy, and I'm here to tell my son's story. I'm in 100% support of Fairfield Cannabis Collective, the owners Kimberly Cargill, Deanna Garcia, and Haley Andrew. I'm going to tell you why. In 2016, my 6-year-old son was diagnosed with T-cell leukemia, and he was given 3 days to live when he was 2 years old. As a desperate mother, Kimberly and her team supported me with saving my son's life through compassion by educating me on how to support with a child with a catastrophic illness as cancer. Aiden went from 3 days to live to the miracle baby on the 3rd floor to now our leukemia survivor at the age of 6 years old. Kimberly Cargill, Deanna, and Haley Andrew were God sent. And when I wasn't able to obtain my RSO oil, they provided resources to help me. Fairfield Cannabis Collaborative is a perfect fit. And they come with over 20 to 30 years experience, and they stay in compliance. They give back to the community by homeless outreaches, by compassion with being able to give free cannabis to the less needy, either as HIV patients to mental illness. I, Adiola Adedipe, is in full support of Cannabis Collaborative because this team has a lot of experience. They will advocate to the city and state level. They will build healthy relationships in the community. They will help the disadvantaged, underprivileged, and provide opportunities to build generational wealth in the community. So thank you for hearing my testimony. And I hope that you will bind together with hearing that how this team will continue to save lives in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Richard Miller. Richard, you are on.
Thank you and good evening. Richard Miller, State Director for American Alliance for Medical Cannabis. We are a patient organization that typically will not call in to support a business, but on this event, I felt that it was very necessary, and our members felt that it was necessary as Fairfield Cannabis Collective. is my applicant of choice. And let me tell you, after 30 years of working with cannabis patients, I've seen a lot of dispensaries come and go. I've seen it under the medical regime, and I've seen it on the recreational and the regulation side that went past 4 years ago. During my encounter with Kimberly Cargile over the last 15 years and Haley Andrews over the last 8 years, I've been extremely impressed by the level of commitment and ability to provide access to patients. They're forthright. They are always for the compassion of the patient, and they have an altruistic point of view, always looking at the best interests of not only the patients, the members, their employees by providing programs, but also to their community. They have set an example and set the bar to be an example of a model dispensary in Sacramento and Dixon. You're very lucky to
30
have
30 seconds, please.
And for that reason, we are supporting them moving forward in this application process. I thank you for your time in moving forward and removing the stigma of cannabis and showing how these professional companies can work in an industry. You will not be disappointed by Fairfield Cannabis Collective. And in fact, you will find that they will be an asset to your city. I thank you for your time, and I wish you the best luck in making your selection. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you.
We have Henry Bargan. Henry, you're on. You're still muted, Henry.
Henry, can you hear us?
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, let's move on.
We have James Arabi. James, you're on.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, James.
Hi, my name is Jim Arabi. I'm the Director of Strategic Campaigns for UCW Local 5. We represent more cannabis workers in Northern California, across the state of California. And, I could come and speak to you about, you've heard from many of my colleagues about the pro-union companies, in particular Shrine Group and Embark, who have really displayed their support of workers. It's one thing to say you support your workers. It's another thing to actually allow them to organize a union and really treat them as equals at the bargaining table, which both Shrine and Embark have displayed and have done. But I want to sort of have the council consider what has transpired in front of you all as management from Grupo Flor has come along and actually campaigned against the union in front of all of you. Now, I know many of you are supporters of workers having the opportunity to join unions. I know part of the cannabis, the intent of legalizing cannabis was to give workers the rights to organize. And the fact that you have a company that has specifically campaigned against the union as applying for a license should give you some pause and consideration of what type of employer you want to have in the city of Fairfield. And so I really want to be very clear with you. This tactic that Grupo Flor has taken is unprecedented across the state and the country. And I really hope you decide to honor workers as much as you honor these companies and pick companies like Shrine and Embark, as well as other companies that have given labor peace agreements, and really consider what Grupo Flor really stands for. When management turns out and campaigns against the union, when management turns out and campaigns against the union and uses workers who have been promoted to management to display anti-union behavior, that is not the type of company I think that Fairfield should have. So thank you so much, and please consider those as you move forward.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. Next, we have Karina. Then we'll have Jasmine. Then we'll have Eclectic Investor. James, you're on. I'm sorry, Karina.
Hello, hi, Council. I'm here to speak in support of Fairfield, their collective, Cannabis Collective. The owner, Kimberly Cargile and Deanna Garcia, are people that I have met along the way. I'm a mother of a 22-year-old severely handicapped child. He's had epilepsy since he was 3 months old. I found cannabis for him when pharmaceuticals had failed us. Along the journey of advocating for JoJo is when I met Kimberly at the state capitol lobbying for a law to allow cannabis on campus. We were able to get the law passed. It took, 2 rounds. And I was struggling to be able to afford a medication for my son that was detrimental to everyday life. Kimberly came to me and she knew I was struggling, and she knew I needed to find good quality oil for my son. And she told me that she would provide cannabis free of charge for JoJo for the rest of his life. And that is something that you want in your community. For her to do that, I'm a single mother. I'm on a fixed income. Not only was I trying to spread the word about how this medication is beautiful and how it saves lives. I was having a hard time being able to afford it. Please. Kimberly has provided medication for my son every day for the past 2 years. And without it, my son wouldn't be alive today. And that is the type of person you want running businesses in your community. Please take that in consideration when you're making your decision. They're amazing, wonderful women in the industry doing the right thing for the right reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Jasmine. Jasmine, you're on.
Thank you so much, Council. My name is Jasmine Mata, and I am speaking on behalf of East of Eden North Bay, LLC, and I am here to share my experience working with Grupo Flor. I've been with East of Eden for almost a year or so as a retail associate in Moss Landing, and since the starting point, I've seen this company grow immensely and successfully. This organization has given several of their employees the opportunity to thrive alongside them, benefiting on both ends. They provide outstanding guidance on cannabis regulations and policies for our daily operations and give us the tools and educational input to better ourselves in the cannabis field. I hope you can consider to give East of Eden the chance to take this opportunity to expand and give the community job growth within the industry and compassion for our supporters. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a great night.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you.
Now we have Tony. Tony, you are on.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Mayor and council members, thank you for this opportunity to support my good friend and Solano County leader, Ron Turner. My name is Tony Stanowitz. I have lived and worked throughout Solano County my whole life, spearheading community-focused events across the county. I have known Ron Turner for probably maybe 45 years, and I've known his family forever. As he has been a pillar of the community and philanthropy and is a partner and community leader I can depend on. Understanding this is a new industry, I think it is very important that the council consider applicants with a proven track record working with trusted nonprofits, philanthropic partners to achieve what is best for community members. Ron is that person. He has heart. He will do everything he can to ensure city's decision to regulate the sale of legal cannabis creates positive benefits for the residents of Fairfield. Thank you, and I hope this will take my recommendation into consideration tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Francisco Contreras, then we have Laura Mendez, then we have N, and then we have Ray Cordemonte. Francisco, you are on.
Good evening, council members and everyone in attendance. I'm Francisco Contreras. I don't have much to say, but I would like to speak honestly and in support of East of Eden, North Bay, and Grupo Flor. I'm a visual designer at East of Eden and Grupo Flor within the marketing team. I've been part of the design and creative industry for the past 10 years. I've had the blessing to be part of many creative and talented teams, but I've never felt so welcome and so supported as I have since joining Grupo Flor. My colleagues and the founding members empower me daily, not to just better myself, but to fulfill my creative vision and dreams. Diversity, community integration, and consumer experience are what drive Grupo Flor. creatively and personally, those are the same ethos that drive me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. We have Laura Mendez. Laura, you are on.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Laura Mendez. I'm calling in support of Fairfield Cannabis Collective. I've had the privilege of working with both Haley and Kimberly for 15 years, and I am now in the Employee Ownership Incubation Program. Over the years, we have had the opportunity to change a lot of people's lives in a positive way. Education, compassion, and community have been at the forefront of making a difference in this industry. They have worked tirelessly and endlessly to pave the way for many other businesses to become successful and set the bar for how a cannabis business should operate. By choosing Fairfield Cannabis Collective, your city will gain a legacy of cannabis pioneers continuing to advocate for safe access, regulations, and fighting for the rights of patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have N. N, you are on.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nate. First, I want to sincerely thank you for your time and consideration in this important matter. I'm calling in to voice my utmost support for Ron Turner and the Embark team. Someone with years of experience, both working and as a patron of the cannabis industry across the state, I've never come across a team who truly value building meaningful, impactful relationships with their community like Embark does. They're proven, knowledgeable, they're friendly, responsible operators. And with that, I want to reiterate my support for Embark. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Okay, next we have Brother Ray Cornbunch. Ray, you are on.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Vaccaro, City Council, and City staff. Frankly, we have confidence in you as the leaders of our great city and to choose what's best for our city. I want to emphasize my ongoing encouragement to all those applicants, as I mentioned, is establishing a coalition to help guide the greatest return on their investment for our city with a focus on youth prevention. As I've spoken with Brian Mitchell at Shrine Group Authentic 707 and Ron Turner at Embark, and recently with other applicants of this new norm of retail cannabis in our great city, these applicants have shared a collective approach of really wanting to guide the greatest return on that dollars that they targeted for our communities. I just want to acknowledge their leadership with wanting to bring professional and a well-established enterprise to our great city as we learn to guide ourselves through this. And in addition to that, I want to strongly encourage our city leaders, you elected officials, to be intentional as well with the dollars that are generated, as you've all stated, to get the greatest return. And again, with a focus on youth prevention. Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity just to speak here just for a few minutes tonight. And God bless you and your decision this evening. Thank you now.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Ray. Okay, next we have Ed Blakely. Then we'll have Angela White, Drew B., Ed Serrano, Harry Barragan, and Morgan. Ed, you are on.
Go ahead, Ed. Ed, can you hear us? Why don't we go to the next person?
Okay, I'll go to the next one.
Yeah.
Okay, we have Angela White. Angela, you are on.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Angela.
Hi, my name is Angela White, and I am the Equity for Industry Program Manager at Success Centers in San Francisco. We are a nationally known program, and thanks to Brian and Victor for Showcase, and I'm here for their support. I'm familiar with a lot of the companies, but they have put back into the community. And by doing that, we're working to educate the community and those in the equity community who would like to start businesses. They have funded these programs. So when you're getting someone like Victor and Brian to come into your city, I think that this is going to be nothing but an asset. So I am in total support of them. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, Drew B.
Hi, we have stand by. We have Drew B. And Drew, you are on. You're muted.
Can you guys
Drew.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Sorry about that one, guys. Yes, my name is Drew, and I just was calling on behalf. I wanted to speak on Urban Joy in Redwood City. Just a really, really amazing place. I'm so glad to be able to, say something for them, just because I am a resident myself of Fairfield, and it's been a long time coming during these times, trying to find a good, heart of a cannabis club, somewhere where I can get that real, down to earth cannabis industry vibe like it was back in the day. Even with all the regulations that we have going on today. And so it was really cool to go into a place like this. I drive all the way to Redwood City just to get the experience. They're great customer service. I mean, they're really good with, from my understanding, they also do nonprofits like with sex trafficking and a bunch of different, charitable properties as well. So I've had a really good time there. The customer service experience and the quality of the stuff is great. They're very professional, very tactful, definitely make sure that they're following all the regulations properly. So it's just been really good. I really enjoy, the delivery service. So it's been profitable. So I think that they would do a really good job out here. It would be nice in Fairfield to see a delivery service or storefront even better, rather with those type of morals and values, so that I could get that old time feel as well out in Fairfield.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Eddie Serrano. Eddie, you are on.
Hi, good afternoon, City Council. Thank you all for hearing us out. I know it's been a long night. I'm calling on behalf of the Showcase, Brian, Wong, and Victor. As you've heard, the long list of positive reviews from these guys, it's just, these guys are doers. I'm a longtime East Bay resident, and I've been working as a vendor with their locations since legalization in 2018. And I can say honestly, it's one of the best in terms of business fronts, one of the best customers to deal with. But outside of that, and more importantly, is all the not-for-profit work they do, all the money they invest back into the community to really help their communities rise up. Even from their other locations, you can really see the footprint that they leave in the neighborhoods that are around them. They have the busiest shop in San Francisco, and there's a reason for that. It's the way they implement compassion programs. They're price conscious, very conscious of their consumers. So they're going to not only generate a lot of tax revenue for the city of Fairfield, but they're going to leave an all-around positive footprint for the entire community and help really be a positive face for the Fairfield community. So it'd be a great addition to be part of that Fairfield community for the Showcase. So thank you all again for hearing us all out. And, it would be a great choice if you guys went with the Showcase and Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Henry Berrigan. Henry, you are on. Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Henry.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I had technical issues before. So I'm trying to show some support for Fairfield Clinica Center. I have been a friend and colleague of Juan Garcia and Anthony Blanco for over 10 years now. I've had the pleasure of being their general manager for the past 3 years, and we're looking forward to presenting our application for cannabis retail. Juan is a lifelong resident of Fairfield. He has deep roots within the community. He has been volunteering his free time to the school district, and he is not a gentleman that comes with money. Neither is Anthony. These individuals both have worked for everything they have, and we are not a large corporation. We are literally a local resident, and giving us a opportunity to have a retail permit is literally giving back to the community, because we have literally started with nothing. And thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you, Henry. Okay.
Thank you. We have Morgan. Did Morgan show up?
I don't see her on the screen.
Oh, there she goes. There she goes.
Go ahead, Morgan.
Go ahead, Morgan.
Morgan, can you hear us? Let's go to the next person.
Okay, sounds good. Somebody, let me have her leave here. Okay, next we have Ed Blakely. Ed, you are on.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent. I apologize about the technical difficulties earlier. My name's Ed Blakely. I'm a local Fairfield resident, as well as business owner and UC Berkeley graduate. I'm calling on behalf of Fairfield Clinica Center. I've known the owners, Juan Garcia Flores and Anthony Blanco, over the course of 10 years in projects working with them. And I know you've heard a lot of information to advocate for all of the different groups this evening. I'd like to leave you with the acronym LCC, as opposed to LLC, LCC. So these gentlemen are local Fairfield residents, as you've heard before, and that's something that's very important to the community. These are gentlemen who not only live here, but do work for the good of the community and will reinvest back into the community, as opposed to a corporation that is really in the business of making money and spreading that across many geographies. Secondly, they're capable. They operate a business today with hundreds of employees. And in my time working with them as a contractor, they've always been on time. They've always been excellent communicators, as I'm sure they will be with your team, in making sure that things are done right.
30 seconds, please.
Absolutely. And then finally, character. These guys do things right. They assemble the teams that are going to give them the best opportunity to succeed for their employees and for the city of Fairfield. So again, I want to leave you with the acronym LCC for Fairfield Clinica Center. On a side note, coming from the economics perspective, it may be beneficial, and I've seen it work in other places where perhaps you allow all applicants a license. It's competition at its finest, and ultimately positive benefits come from that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Michelle Coleman, you are on.
Thank you, Council. Just wanted to jump on here real quick. I have been listening to all the commenters. As you know, my name is Michelle Coleman. I am a trustee on the Board of Education for Solano County. I'm a longtime resident of Solano County since 1974. I'm a retired probation officer and also a past juvenile justice commissioner. So I would like to add my support for Embark. I think it's well run. It is definitely going to be giving back to the community. I do sit on their community advisory board also. So I think it's in good hands, and I think it'll be a strong asset to Fairfield. One thing I did want to tell the council is a lot of these people who have been on here and are making comments, the rest of the people in the audience could not hear their comments. It's been quite a few. And sometimes I think you guys could hear them, but those of us listening in, we could not hear what they were saying. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And thank you, council, and sorry you had to stay up so late. Thank you much.
Thanks, Michelle. I think we have Morgan again, but let's try it one more time.
Yep, let's try Morgan. Thank you, Michelle. Let's see. I'm going to promote Morgan again. Morgan, you are on.
Hello, Morgan, can you hear us? You know, I don't think it's going to work, Bill.
Sorry about that, Morgan. We just can't hear you.
Okay, I think that's it.
Yes, it is. Let me just have Morgan go back to a panelist.
Okay.
Or as an attendee. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we have, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, we're good. We are good for public comments.
Okay, so Amy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So I know the next step is we're going to hear 5-minute rebuttals from everybody.
2 minutes.
So do we want to close the public hearing first, or how do we do that, Greg?
No, the public hearing will need to remain open for the rebuttal period. And then once the rebuttal period is over, that's 2 minutes per applicant, then the vice mayor will close the hearing.
Okay.
I think we probably need a short break. Is everybody okay with that? Till we hear does everybody don't want that, or is everybody okay with that? Maybe 5 minutes. And then after the rebuttals, I think we're going to take another break, and I'll tell you why, because we're probably going to deliberate and then come back. So let's take a quick 5-minute break. We'll come back and hear everybody, and then I'll tell you what we're going to do after that with Greg. Thank you.
Sounds good.
So now we have the 2-minute applicant rebuttals, and they are going to go in alphabetical order. And we will start with Authentic Fairfield, and the speaker is Brian Mitchell.
Okay, Brian.
Okay, Brian, you're on.
Vice Mayor, council members, you guys deserve an award tonight, and for the whole process, I want to thank you for your commitment and endurance to make the right decision for the city of Fairfield. My proposition is simple. We're local, we're the most experienced, and we have the best location. I have nothing but respect for all the other applicants, and I really appreciate all the union support. But I do want to point out that we are the only applicant that actually has a collective bargaining agreement in place, not just at one store, but at 6 stores. And we have another one that's about to get signed. We're working with the union to go throughout all of our locations in California to get them unionized. The conversations we have with them are not just about, support us in this city or that city. They're much higher level. It's about what the future of the industry looks like for employment and creating opportunities within this industry. And I really appreciate the relationship we've built with them. If awarded a permit, we're ready to move forward with pulling a building permit as soon as possible with the goal of getting the store open by the end of this year. Opening the store is just the beginning. Just as my family has done for the past decades, we look forward to giving back to the community and the city in any way possible. And we really appreciate the opportunity and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. You're muted, Amy.
Now we have CCC Associates of Fairfield, and we will hear from Devin Julian and or Chris Francie.
Okay, Devin's on, and then let me look up Chris. Oh, sorry, Devin. Chris is on.
That's right. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. I'll be doing the speaking. So I'm Chris Francie, the CEO of Culture. I'll use the 2 minutes here to quickly highlight our strengths. Culture is an experienced operator with licensed stores going back to 2015. We have Jana Modena and Jennifer Barden on our team. They're longtime community members in Fairfield. We've presented realistic pro forma sales figures in our application. Our location in Cordelia Junction is going to drive city revenue up by bringing adjacent business into the city. We have ample parking there with an agreement for supplemental staff parking in effect with one of our commercial neighbors. We have local union support as demonstrated with letters of support submitted to the city. And we have a labor peace agreement in effect. We've committed to 24/7 security guard presence with Delta One. They're a Fairfield security company. And our supporter, Ed Brown, who called in earlier, kind of put it best, we are the real deal. So an approval for Culture is a good decision for Fairfield. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Right, next we have Community Veterans of Fairfield, and the speaker will be Daniel Wise.
Okay, Daniel, you're on.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Excellent. So again, my name is Daniel Wise, and I'm representing Community Veterans of Fairfield. I just want to thank you guys for this opportunity that you've given to us to bring our mission and our passion into the community of Fairfield. We started this as a grassroots kind of organization out of San Diego County. And we've been able to grow and expand beyond that because of our partnerships with councils and cities across California that have kind of stood up alongside of us in terms of our mission with the veteran community and our fight against PTSD issues that veterans have, opioid addiction, homelessness, higher percentages of suicide rates. And they've decided to take a stand with us and to help us move our mission across California. So we're absolutely thrilled for the opportunity to be able to move this project forward in your guys' community and really become the community members that can build long-term relationships with the organizations that are already doing so much good here. So we're really excited for that opportunity. As I sat and listened to the public comment period and I listened to the voice of the community, there was one caller in particular, I think it was Miss St. Patrick, that spoke. And she spoke about how we needed to be careful in terms of locating these facilities in areas that gave back.
30 seconds, please.
The areas that were disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs and most recently the COVID pandemic. And that's what we've done here. We put this in a location that'll have the most good on the community and for veterans. So we're excited to move this forward and we're excited to be in the city of Fairfield. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, next we have East of Eden, North Bay. Will the speaker please use the raise your hand function and we will let you in.
Okay, Darren, you're on.
Good evening. Again, my name is Darren Dykstra, currently the Chief Operating Officer of Grupo Flor. Since the human topic has been such a hot one tonight for us, I'll take a moment and address it. It's unfortunate from my standpoint that it's being proposed that in order to be a good employer, we need to be organized and unionized. We take offense to that, to be honest with you. We feel we are best in class as an employer. We have always respected our employees' rights. It is their right to organize if they so choose. And on several occasions, they have opted to take a vote. They, by over 95%, have decided not to do that. We understand the UFCW doesn't like that. As we went into Oakland, not as an owner, but just as a group that was trying to help that retail location get back on its feet after being closed for 8 months, we provided best-in-class wages, benefits that, frankly, the union couldn't match. They don't like that. We get it. We have always supported our employees, and we have supported the union in the sense that we have signed LPAs with an organization that is not the UFCW. They don't like that. We get it. But for every location that we currently operate in the state, we have a signed LPA. For every application we submit, we have a signed LPA. This is how we do business. It's our obligation as an employer to support our employees. That's our job. It's not our job to negotiate with the union for them. That's their job. It's our job to provide best-in-class employment.
30 seconds, please.
Great wages, benefits that, frankly, the union can't match. The day that the union matches, I'll resign because I will have let down our employees. The day the union can do better than us, Grupo Flor should resign as well. That's not going to happen. We can bring best-in-class to Fairfield. We hope we have the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, now we have Element 7 Fairfield. Will the speaker please use the raise your hand function? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff and constituents of the great city of Fairfield. Josh Black here from Element 7. I believe success in the city of Fairfield will be driven by three things: people, product, and financial capability. From a people standpoint, Element 7 has a wonderful, diverse, experienced team. From a product point of view, we are vertically integrated with 500,000 square feet of cultivation. We grow more cannabis than any other applicant on this call out of Santa Barbara. And when it comes to financing, as a public company regulated by the SEC, you can be assured that promises made will be promises kept. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we will hear from Fairfield Erudite Ventures. Again, please use the raise your hand function.
Rajan, you're on.
Oh, thank you. Our Urban Joy team is committed to operating a safe, locally run business in Fairfield. We make a pledge to the residents of this community that our retail business will make a positive impact through improved neighborhood safety, support for local nonprofits, youth drug prevention, and education, charitable contributions for the city's revitalization initiatives, and partnerships with local businesses. We've spoken with many of our neighbors, and they are supportive of us joining the area. We appreciate the concern that some nearby residents have expressed and can reassure each of you that we share your concerns and prioritize safety, security, and youth drug prevention. We implement advanced safety measures, including 24-hour video surveillance, security monitoring available to law enforcement, 24-hour security patrols, and all loitering or smoking near the plaza will be strictly prohibited by law. We are a team of medical professionals who understand the risks associated with underage cannabis use, and we are committed to preventing youth access. Urban Joy is dedicated to cannabis for wellness and health, and we have a community relations plan designed to enhance the Fairfield community. We are one of the most diverse ownership groups in the cannabis industry, and we take pride in bringing our diverse team to the multicultural community of Fairfield. Some local organizations have already partnered with us and support Urban Joy being awarded a permit. These include Mission Samoa, the Solano Anti-Trafficking Coalition, and many others. We are looking forward to giving back to Fairfield through partnerships with many other charities and organizations. Our experience successfully opening and running several other Urban Joy locations is proof that we are true to our word, and hope you give us the opportunity to be a responsible cannabis operator in the Fairfield community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, next we will hear from FWC Inc., and the speaker is Haley Andrew and or Kimberly Cargile.
Okay, Haley, you are on.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay?
I can.
Awesome. Good evening, City Council and City staff. Thank you. I would like to again thank you all for all your hard work and dedication on this project. This has been a long night and a long process. We would like to also thank all of those who have spoken in our favor this evening. I encourage you to take into consideration that our group is the only women-owned company with the most experience operating dispensaries than any other applicant. 3/5 of our ownership team are Solano County residents, and we would love nothing more than giving back to our community, our members, and our employees. We will be a partner with you and to do our part volunteering and donating to local charities. We have only begun our work in Fairfield and are looking forward to many more years to come. We have an excellent reputation as leaders in our industry, providing our members with educational experiences and our employees with high pay, excellent benefits, a labor peace agreement, and a chance at ownership. Fairfield Cannabis Collective will be the place that you can be proud to send your family and your friends in need. Thank you so much again for your time this evening.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we will hear from Horizon Fairfield. Please use the raise your hand function to be let in to speak.
Chris, you're on.
Everyone, thank you for your time. So there were some concerns addressed to us, and I would like to address those concerns. So the parking was addressed, and we had 10 parking spots requirements, and we went, those were all compliant within the zoning. Those required for the amount of square footage, so the ratio was there. And we had additional parking lots or parking spaces added through letters of intent from neighbors that had additional parking. Our location is on one of the busiest streets. It's a good location. It's not across the street from residential units. And there was also a food truck question that was regarding a community benefits plan that was successfully completed in Merced. We were not saying that we were going to have a food truck in our parking lot in Fairfield. The point of that was that we go into communities and we try to find creative ways to benefit that community. We don't necessarily have that box while we're entering the community because we like to figure out those needs as we're conducting business. Also, the security plan was not addressed at length in the 15-minute presentation because it would take 15 minutes to describe a security plan for a dispensary.
30 seconds, please.
In closing, I'd like to say that, what sets us apart and what some of the other successful operators showed tax revenue that they're actually generating from other cities. So ours was upwards of $1 million alone to the city of Sacramento. And I would, say that that's what we would be doing in Fairfield. So close to $4 million over 4 years. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we will hear from JJVI Enterprises. Will the speaker please use the raise your hand function for your rebuttal?
Valerie, you're up.
Hello? I don't know.
We hear you, Valerie.
We can hear you.
Oh, you guys can hear us? Okay, sorry about that. Good evening, Council. Thank you for giving us the time to rebuttal. I felt our presentation thoroughly covered who we are, what we represent, and all the facts we wanted the city to know about our proposed business. I'd like to address two major points of concern we heard tonight. First, this is our first cannabis dispensary, and we're very proud of that fact. We have strategically partnered with experts in the industry to help us transition into this new industry. We are confident in our abilities to run a successful business. Second, there was no outside production company used on our presentation. This presentation was created by our family and our talented marketing manager, Nick Avey, who has worked with our family for 10 years. These efforts were six weeks in the process of family brainstorming and filming, but I thank you for thinking it was professionally done. We felt there was no need to speak poorly of our competitors because there is plenty of room for us and other applicants to thrive. Tonight, we did not pay for multiple employees or ask friends to call on our behalf to harm other applicants. We face and move forward competing only against ourselves. Fairfield is our focus, and we will never lose sight of that. Thank you for your time. Sorry, guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Responsible and Compliant Retail, and the speaker is Lauren Carpenter.
Lauren, you're up.
Vice Mayor, council members, and staff, Ron Turner and I would like to start by thanking you for taking the time to get cannabis right in this community. You have all certainly done right by Fairfield in this endeavor. We would also like to thank UFCW, the Carpenters Union, the Napa Solano Building and Construction Trades Council, the Central Labor Council, our Community Advisory Board members, myriad other local community members, and our team, who've all called in tonight and throughout this process in support of our efforts. They say it takes a village, and boy, they are certainly right. In preparation for tonight's hearing, Ron and I promised each other one thing. No matter what happened in public comment, we would use this time to focus on why we believe we are the right fit for this community. Embark has a proven and profitable business model with existing retail and delivery operations. We stand ready to move quickly and efficiently if selected, with over $2 million in hand to deliver a responsible and compliant commercial cannabis business in the city of Fairfield by fall of this year. We have a location that is ideal for retail cannabis, with over half a mile from any sensitive use and accessible enough in a commercial and retail district with ample parking. We will make a meaningful impact in this community, both financially and as a community partner to local organizations. Embark has been this partner for the past year, and Ron has been this partner in Fairfield his entire life. Embark is committed to this community. Ron grew up here and served Fairfield as a law enforcement officer, where he put his life on the line to protect this community every day. He continues to give back as the founder of a local nonprofit.
30 seconds, please.
And will bring the same level of commitment to this venture. In Embark, you will find a transparent, honest, ethical, and inclusive community partner with a demonstrated track record of promises delivered. That's why we are supported by such a deep bench of local community members. This support is a testament to who we are and who we will continue to be. And as Ruth Forney said in our video last week, we hope you will afford us the opportunity to make history together. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the showcase, and the speaker is Dan Sharp.
Dan, you are up.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Vaccaro, council members. Thank you very much for taking on this decision tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of my partners, Brian Wong, Victor Nguyen, and Ivan Campbell, a 50-year Fairfield resident. We're looking forward to setting a high bar and reaching it for my hometown with the Showcase Fairfield. You've heard the testimonials tonight that speak volumes about who we are and how we operate. I'm the 5% in a 95% minority business enterprise. Supporting equity brands is at the core of our business structure. We will not compete with ourselves. We won't see another store in Solano County, period. And we're committed to launching in 12 weeks from permit. We've committed 2% of gross sales, estimated at $438,000 in year one alone, to Fairfield nonprofits already doing good work. Plus, we're giving our employees the choice of where to spend 8 paid volunteer hours each month. That creates lifelong community volunteers. We're well parked. We're union backed and built. We're a proven and experienced team recently ranked in the top 20 cannabis companies in the United States to work for. We're safety focused with 24-hour security, indoor loading and unloading. We'll never use billboards here or anywhere because we don't target kids. Thank you for your consideration of the Showcase Fairfield. We would be honored to earn your support.
Thank you.
Next up is SPCF. Will the speaker please use the raise your hand function to be let in?
Hey, Amy, you are up.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Vaccaro, esteemed council, city staff, colleagues, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this late evening. We applaud the incredible work of the city council and staff throughout this process. My name is Amy Jenkins, and I am a 25-year public policy advocate and a strategic advisor for Spark. So who are we? Collectively, we bring a level of expertise and commitment to the communities we serve that is unsurpassed. Eric Pearson is a leading expert in cannabis with over 20 years working in the industry as a dispensary operator, farmer, and advocate for marginalized groups. Sean Kelly brings almost 20 years of global retail and supply chain experience. And Chris Daly, our valued community partner and Fairfield resident, whose over 3 decades championing social justice issues will help deepen Spark's community engagement and local equity hiring program in Fairfield. Spark isn't just one of the best cannabis operators. We have been a leader in the cannabis community for nearly 20 years. We are one of the first cannabis companies with full banking and safe cash handling services. We have developed our own digital ACH payment system to lower costs and improve safety for our customers, our team members, and the community. We remain committed to recruiting and hiring team members that reflect our core values of diversity and inclusion and place importance on hiring veterans, people of color, people of differing abilities, and other underrepresented groups, creating not just jobs, but careers. We have
30 seconds, please.
Benefit plan that includes 10% of profits or a minimum of $100,000 for distribution by the City Council. We have an LPA with UFCW Local 5. And as some have mentioned tonight, we are deeply committed to compassionate care and look forward to bringing our Hallmark program to the City of Fairfield. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Three Bros Fairfield. Will you please use the raise your hand function to be let in?
I have Juan and Alida. Oh, sorry.
Here. Thank you, Vice Mayor Vaccaro and council members. Thank you so much for your time and patience throughout this process. We had originally planned to present our application for manufacturing license tonight, but we understand why that has been postponed. Thank you so much for your time. First, we applaud your decision to open Fairfield Cannabis and to allow all applicants to have a voice. We don't believe that you're going to make a bad decision in this process. And second, we appreciate having the opportunity to be considered for both retail and manufacturing license in Fairfield with our local partner, David Barron. I think that it is important to note that we are the only applicant that is providing you a double win in a single location. Our location at 2445 South Watney Way in Solano Business Park is distant from sensitive use, but not far enough to be hard to get to. We've reached out to our neighbors. We have plenty of parking and with the largest square footage available of any applicant. Our joint application is comparable to the use prior of Thompson's Chocolate having an ancillary retail storefront selling chocolates out front or a wine cellar having a bottle shop. And our proposed showroom manufacturing room is likely the only of its sort in California and possibly the country. We believe that it will bring transparency to the cannabis supply chain throughout.
We can help Fairfield to be the focal point for value-added products in the cannabis industry and bring good-paying jobs and tax dollars to benefit all of Fairfield's residents. We collectively have over 40 years of experience in cannabis and 25 years in food science and manufacturing experience. We are diverse and female-oriented, and we have the experience to successfully execute both licenses. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and we look forward to presenting our manufacturing license to you.
Thank you.
Last, we will hear from Walkerville Lake Corp. I believe it is Juan Garcia Flores.
Okay, Juan, you are on now.
Can you hear me? I'm the last one, right?
We can hear you, Juan.
Okay, perfect. Hello, Fairfield. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for allowing us to make this an equal, fair opportunity for everybody. As a minority-owned business in the city of Fairfield, long life resident of Fairfield, 35 years plus, as I'm getting older. We didn't go out and find people to partner up with this. We are the locals. We are the people of the city. We've been giving back to the city prior to any of this development, prior to any of this coming forward. This allowing us to have a license, we bring equity to the city. We allow our residents from the city to be able to grow as entrepreneurs. We provided over 300 plus jobs. We are subject matter experts in the security and safety industry. We do have a union agreement signed. I grew up in an opportunity zone, and I still live in the opportunity zone. I don't plan on moving from Fairfield. I love my city. My kids growing up, I learned English in the city, and my daughter had the opportunity to learn both languages in the city through the school system. I work with the school system. We've donated without having announced to anybody that we're donating, and we plan to continue to give back. We're the only company that's offering bilingual services in our stores. We have proven experience, and we have proven funding, legitimate funding. So we look forward to be able to provide something to the city and our residents. And
30 seconds.
And I appreciate the opportunity. I don't see no competition here. All I see is we can get our location is ideal. Our location is away from sensitive areas, and there is no problem with having 14 applicants. The city of Vallejo did 11. We could do 14 ourselves and bring business to the city of Fairfield. Thank you.
Those are all of the applicant rebuttals. Now,
okay, Amy. So I think Greg and I talked today about the process that we want to use for this, and I think the best way to do this. And Greg, tell me if how you feel about this, because we discussed it. That we would take a break right now and come back in 10 minutes. Everyone's had time to listen to people. Everyone's read the applications. We just heard the rebuttals. We heard a lot of public comments, and we said we would give up to 4 licenses. So what we talked about was after the break, because I think it's going to take some time to think about this, but after the break, we come back and each council member gives their top 4. And then what we'll do is at that point, Greg, who would tally that up as we're doing it?
Maybe, I don't know if it would be Amber could do that if she's available to do that.
Stefan?
Amber is not here tonight.
I can certainly do that if you want. That way Amy can focus on marshaling some of this through. So
yeah, and I think, for us as a council, we need to really kind of look at our notes and think about what we heard, think about the public comments. I know it was a week ago, or not even a week ago, 5 or 6 days ago, and we saw the videos. But I know we've all had a good chance to do this. It's been a long night. It's been a long process. But we feel, Greg and I discussed this is the best way to do it right now. And then we can come back and after that deliberate and see who we have. Sound good? Yes, Scott. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and Mr. City Attorney and all of my colleagues. I know we are really tired. I don't really object to that.
Okay.
But I I will say that we need to deliberate, and maybe that's before we write the 4 names down, because there are real arguments. We've all spent so much time, and I have been concerned about this process for a long time. I'm glad of where we are. I trust all of you because my bosses put you guys in office and put me here. And so the bottom line is, I think we need to deliberate before we write down 4. And are we going for 4? We said up to 4.
Yeah, I said up to 4, that motion passed. That doesn't mean we're going to have 4. Okay, what it means is if we have consensus for 4, which is a majority right now because we have 6 council members.
Right.
So whoever has 4 would move forward. If we only have 3 that move forward, then we'll have to talk about whether we want to deliberate and try to get consensus for a 4th if we do. But I think that's going to be up to the council to decide whether we want to do that. So I'm not sure, you're saying you want to deliberate, is that before or after the break?
After the break.
Okay, so before
I think everybody can look, but I'm up to, it's not up to me. That's just my point. I know we've heard a lot tonight, but my position, Mr. Vice Mayor, is that, look, like I said, every one of us have put a lot into this.
Right.
We had to scream our brakes on. I have 1.5 notebooks full of notes, and I couldn't make a decision until I heard tonight. And I want to say something. I did not appreciate negativity by anybody tonight. And so if they spoke for somebody and then turned around, backstabbed somebody, they lost a vote from me. I don't like that stuff. I've done some background on people that you ought to know about. Okay. And I know, I know a lot of these people, and personally, I've had issues with somebody stealing from me. Okay. And I think you ought to know that. Okay. So, everybody should say something now. Do we want to go away and just come back and put 4 names in?
No, that's not what I was saying, though, Kat. What I'm saying is, let me explain myself.
Okay.
What I was saying is, we would come back with 4 names, but we can explain why we are choosing those 4 names. Okay. In other words, I'm not just going to come back and go, we're not ranking 1, 2, or 3, or 4. We're just saying these are the 4 names that we want. And you can say why you want those 4 names. Okay.
And the idea too was after you would share your 4 names, then there would be deliberations to the extent that you again had ideas to share. This was just an attempt to try to focus so much information to provide a platform to really come to your preliminary direction and back to staff as to who should be the 4 finalists that will then you come back afterwards with a final resolution, probably sometime in June. So that was the effort here. One thing, Vice Mayor, we should do, though, is close the hearing right now.
Okay.
Formally, so we have that closed, and you do that.
Okay. So we'll close the hearing, and when we do come back, and let me just reiterate what I said, Kat, that we will be able to speak on who we want and why. Okay. And you can take as long as you want. We're here all night anyway. Heck, it's 10:58 or 10:56, right? So we might as well do this right. So I suggest hearing just closed. We take 10 minutes, come back, and then we'll start the deliberation, but really think about over the next 10 minutes what you're going to say. Okay?
Thank you.
Is everybody okay with that?
I'm good.
No objections? Okay. See you in 10 minutes.
All right.
let's just confirm what we're going to do now, okay? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like I'm yelling into the computer because my audio is so bad. But let me just confirm what we're going to do. We'll go one by one, talk about who the 4 people, and you can discuss why. And after we're done, we can deliberate and talk more. Is that right?
Yes, and otherwise, that's the idea is that the 4 you pick are not binding. It's just to try to find where the consensus may be among the council.
Exactly.
And again, the idea here was to give all your reasons when you say the 4 that you think are at this point the best, but you'll be listening to everyone else's arguments and so on. Then after it's tabulated as to how everyone voted here, it's only a straw poll, if you will. Then of course there would still be more deliberations to come up with the up to 4. And again, you're not required to give direction on 4 tonight. You would be up to 4. And then again, this is preliminary direction tonight. It goes back to staff then to come up with the conditions of approval, and also we have to make findings as to our decision here. And that'll come back to you in most likely in June. And at that point, the public hearing will be closed. So any discussion at that point in time will just be on the resolutions themselves and whether those resolutions are adequate for the 4 applicants that you have given direction on.
Okay, and just to reiterate also that whichever applicant does get 4 votes, which would be the majority, then we would discuss those people tonight. Go ahead, Kat.
I just had a question about the other things, not the candidates themselves, but the conditions that we want to put on them. Mr. City Attorney, is that something we to do tonight?
Well, you can surely make your recommendations on conditions that you think are appropriate, but then you'll have a chance again when this comes back to you in the resolution to review those conditions and to add to the conditions or modify the conditions as you think is appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor. Right. Okay. All right. So why don't we start? Kat, let's start with you.
I don't want to go first. Go with somebody else.
All right.
I'm too bitchy right now.
All right. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead, Scott. You got
I'll lead off.
Okay.
Off, Rick. So explaining, why, the details, we've been going through this for months. We've had 14 applicants interview. We've had numerous pages, hundreds and hundreds of pages to go through, listening to comments, listening to presentations. I've done the homework. I've driven all 14 properties. We've, so deliberating and debating and all that, I'm sure it's going to come, but I have my 4 picks, and not in any particular order. I'm looking at Embark, the Showcase, JJVI, and CCC. Those are my top 4. If we want to debate later, we can, but I've put, like all of us, I've put hours and hours into this. So those are my 4. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Chuck up top.
Yeah, thank you. In no particular order, and I agree with Scott. Showcase LLC, JJVI, Responsible and Compliant Retail, and Authentic Fairfield.
Okay, Stefan, are you tallying that? Okay, good. Doris.
Again, in no particular order. CCC, JJVI, Embark, and the Showcase.
Okay. Pam?
Thank you, Mr. Vice. Oh, am I? Oh, yeah, I'm on. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just have 2, the Bright Spot and Embark.
Okay. Greg, is that okay?
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine.
I thought it would be. Okay. Thanks, Pam.
Thank you.
Now you can go.
I guess I have to.
No, you have to.
So, JJVI, Authentic Fairfield, Responsible and Compliant, and CCC Associates of Fairfield. And I'm ready to back any of them if you want me to start doing that deliberation.
Well, I think I have to go too.
Oh, no, you don't get to. Go ahead.
All right. Well, let me just start out by saying one thing. I didn't know I was going to run this meeting tonight, but I'm running this meeting tonight. So, and I want to thank everybody for hanging in there too, because it's been a long night. So I'm going to list my four in no particular order. Okay. I'm going to go with Authentic Fairfield, JJVI, Embark, and Showcase. So before we deliberate and start to talk about it, Mr. City Manager, can you tell us out of those companies, which ones have 4 votes?
Let me go through and tally now, because I've been writing all of yours down. So let me go through and do some counting. You guys can go ahead and deliberate if you want. Give me a few minutes here to do that.
Does anybody want to start by making?
I'm slow with the math, so.
I guess so. I would have picked somebody else. Yeah.
Well, it looks like we have 3 that have 4, right?
Oh, Scott, are you on it already?
Just
go ahead.
I said it looks like we have 3 that have 4 votes.
Who are? Well, let's wait for, if you know who they are, go ahead and say it.
JJVI and Embark were chosen by every council member. And then
Is JJVI the bright spot?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and Embark is responsible and compliant retail. They're the same as well.
Okay. It'd be good if we could use like one handle on each of these organizations so that we know what we're doing here, because it's a lot. And before we start deliberating, I just want to say a gigantic, tremendous thank you to the Vice Mayor for running this meeting and being really organized and being really diligent at keeping us on task. Rick, outstanding job tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. I don't really deserve any of that, but thank you.
Oh no, yes you do, because I just said so. Yes, you do.
I'll second that.
Yeah, appreciate it. Definitely. Thank you. Okay, so go ahead, Amy.
The Showcase also received 4 votes. And then CCC Associates and Authentic Fairfield are both tied at 3 votes each.
Okay, so it looks like right now we have 3 definite for 4 votes. So that's what we need to talk about, okay? Whether we want to move on and get that 4th one and talk about getting a 4th license, or do we want to stay with 3? So I don't know if anybody wants to start the discussion. Chuck.
Yeah, I might as well start it. And I'm going to use the names that are provided in the folder. Authentic Fairfield, that received 3 votes. And these are notes that I've taken over the past couple of days. One of the things, they're the largest in the state. They estimate 36 million the first year, 45 million into the 3rd year. They're talking about 2.5 million in sales tax, local hire, union. They have a pension plan. They have a good business plan, local owner, 3rd generation, 24/7 guards, the carpenters union to do the work. The advisory board with all the local residents. We heard a lot of them tonight. And then, of course, they have a board. Part of that board is for donations. So that's where my vote lies with Authentic.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment? Kat. I'm
All
sorry,
right.
Councilwoman.
I want
I got to present. I got to talk. I got to be very.
First of all, Mr. Vice Mayor filling in for the mayor. Councilwoman Bertani was exactly right. Thank you for stepping in and doing this tonight. It could have been a real bleep show, but I don't think it has been. And I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I do. I mean, you know, I'm going to be real. That's who I am. So thank you. I'd like to talk about a couple of things. I'm happy that two of them got all of our votes, and I think they deserved it. I would agree with Chuck about Brian, and that would be authentic Fairfield. Also, I just want to back up so you guys can understand my thinking, which is scary, but I'm going to do it anyway. I didn't want us to sell pot in Fairfield. I didn't. And it took a long time. And there was a majority of voters here who decided that. They're my bosses. They know better than I do. And we were losing out and are losing out on money. What I don't like is the greed that has gone along with this. And there's been a lot. I don't like people jumping in at the last minute and saying we're local when you're not. I don't trust some people that y'all have voted for. And there's good reasons for it. And I'm going to bring up one of those. But in the meantime, I want to talk about the others and why the CC, the Associates of Fairfield, which is the Culture Cannabis Club. And I didn't hear if anybody else even cared about that. It's important for me, and I know for you all too, because you're from here too, to trust the people who are doing this. I think that's why JJVI did really well. We know they are authentic. We know that. They're actually from here, Armio graduates, which I'm sure the vice mayor is happy about, and good people. And they've busted their hind ends, and they have fabulous businesses over 40 years. I think they're a cakewalk. I didn't always think that, but you know, after I started seeing this come down, I was glad. But I have to trust people. And again, it's nothing really personal with me, but we really do have to trust people. So, and Embark, we have so many people there that I know personally, including Ron, and I trust them too. So that means something. And the people who are there consulting with them, I think that's where we need to go. Now, I have to tell you something that I found out over the last couple of days about Showcase, which apparently got four votes tonight. And I understand why some of you did this. It's all right. But understand this. When they went to get their permit in San Francisco, they didn't get it. They had to appeal. And why was that? Because they committed fraud. Yeah. The supervisors there and the mayor said no to them. And the reason for that was they went out and they got signatures and addresses from, quote, voters that were not true. They even brought in an expert on people's writing. Why does this matter? I heard great things about them tonight, and I wanted to believe them. But I'm looking at the record. I went through all of it. I spent 4 hours the other day. Are we supposed to trust them now? Not only that, but they said that a nonprofit there supported them. And it was a big nonprofit, let's say like the Matt Garcia Foundation. So what happened? That nonprofit called in and said it is not true. They had to publicly apologize and write a letter. And on appeal, they did finally give them the permit. And perhaps they've done a good job now, but I can't trust that. And that's why I can't go with them. And I want you all to know that, because are you really going to vote for that? Are you? Really? I think you got to take another look at it. But, you know, you guys have your own reasons, and I look forward to hearing them, and maybe you have answers for that fraud, okay? I want to know. But anyway, that's where I am, and I respect all of your decisions. I've worked real hard. I've dug really hard on everybody, and I'm happy where I am, and I respect you guys. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kat. I mean, I have some things I want to say about my choices, but I'm going to move on to anyone else who would like to comment on why they chose who they chose, or Chuck?
Yeah, because based on what Kat just said, I'm looking at my notes with Showcase and the one on Grobert Court. Good ownership, local group, ranked in the top 20th in this in the state, U.S. companies to work for. A good business model, successful. Their application said no violations, completely vertical. Good labor relations in an industrial area with local hires. Good volunteer program. 2% of their total revenue, not profit, but total revenue, comes back to the community, and that was 400 some odd thousand. And it's 95% minority owned. That's why I chose them. That was based on the interviews.
Okay.
Thank
Anybody else? Scott?
Are we?
We're
already chosen 3, right? We're just discussing these final 2.
No. What we're doing is we're discussing, you can make comments on why you chose the people you chose, okay? And then if you want to support a 4th person, you can.
I'll wait.
Okay. Pam, Doris, any comments? Go ahead.
So I'm going to go ahead and give my support to CCC due to the fact that I think, as Kat was saying, you know, we need to be able to trust people that are coming into our community, and they are backed by individuals that we've all seen in our community. We can trust them, and I am confident that they are and will continue to, you know, be dedicated and have the city's best interest at heart. And you know, they have a good neighbor policy. They have social equity hiring. They have a great culture community program, which I read through thoroughly, and they are loyal and dedicated. And I think they'd make great community partners.
Okay, thank you. Pam, any comments?
No.
Okay, I'm just gonna, did I miss anybody here? I don't think so. Okay, I'm gonna just say the reasons why I chose the people I chose. First of all, you know, JJVI, you know, local business people, you know, there's no doubt in my mind that they're going to give back to the community. They've been giving back to the community for years. I like what they had to say, and I am confident that they're going to do well. And I enjoyed their presentation and everything they said. Embark, you know, they're the people that support Embark. You know, I know a lot of those people. I respect a lot of those people. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Ron Turner. I've known him for a long time. And I'm excited, you know, that he's going to be, you know, an owner there, a minority owner, you know, in Fairfield. And, you know, as far as meeting the criteria that we talked about, they nailed that. And so did the other people I think I chose, but they definitely did. You know, and Showcase, you know, I think Chuck had mentioned earlier, 95% minority owned, you know, good presentation. A lot of people spoke about them, you know, in a very positive light. I think that kind of pushed me in that direction. So, you know, that's where I went. As far as authentic goes, Brian, gave a very good presentation, I thought, the first night and this night. And, you know, he's a guy who grew up in Fairfield, you know, some of his life at least. But, you know, his track record in cannabis is pretty strong, you know, throughout the whole state. All you got to do is look at his experience. And that's why I chose him also. Now, I think the situation we're looking at is, now, if I was to go for a fourth one, I would go with Authentic, just because of everything I just said. But Greg, here's the deal. In order for us to get a fourth, we would need 4 votes, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, and there will be a need here for a more formal vote. Now, once you finish all your deliberations, as to up to 4 applicants, you will advance to the next stage, which is to formulate conditions and then bring them back to you at a subsequent meeting. And so that's where we need to be at this point in time. It's clear there's 2 of them, JJVI and Embark, that everyone is in favor of. So you know, I think what it comes down to now, Showcase had 4 straw votes, but there is debate back and forth. I think the question is, are there still 4 votes for that one or not? Okay. And then the other 2 seem to be in play here are CCC and Authentic. And each of those preliminary had 3, but you all have listened now to each other's feelings about it. And the question is, you know, what do you think of those 2? So ultimately, what's necessary here is going to be a motion to advance up to 4 to the next final consideration.
Okay. Well, Scott had his hand up first, then Kat. Go ahead, Scott.
Great time to do 5.
I think we're going to stick with 4. Go ahead, Kat. Sorry.
Let me just say one thing, though, is that you know, right now under our rules, we only can do 4, and that's the only power. Council only has the power to give up to 4. I just want to add, though, that when it comes time to denying applications, you know, our recommendation will be denied without prejudice. And down the road, if you want to add to the number somewhere down the road, the council could authorize additional permits. But at this point in time, we are limited to 4.
Okay, let me just touch on that for a second before I get to Kat. Scott, I respect your opinion. Don't get me wrong. I know you've wanted more than 4 from the beginning, so it's not that I don't respect your opinion on it, but I knew that Greg said we could only give up to 4 because what we did last week. Okay. Okay, Kat.
So I want to offer to you guys to give you the public records that show exactly what I told you. And I'm asking you to look at it about Showcase. Do you really want people who did this, who signed other people's names and used their addresses? Now, they may do well now, but they started off in a bad place and they were not chosen right away. They had to go back and fight for it with a lawyer. Okay? Is that really, again, I'm going to ask the folks here, you who were born and raised here, and the people who have lived here for a long time and who are serving, is that who you want? I want to give you the public records. Why don't we hold off and do 3 tonight, and we can come back in a while after you see these public records. They're public records. I'm not making this up.
How long ago?
It happened 2-3 years ago.
Well, what?
And there was an arrest, and I'm not even going to bring that up, except for there was. Okay?
Greg?
I'm concerned.
Why don't we do this? I mean, since Showcase had the 3rd highest, if we moved everybody forward, those 3, Greg, couldn't we, when we come back, if we agree to look at these records, could we change that? Because that's the final resolution, right?
Yeah, so you could. So you're not bound at this point in time. You can change your mind, frankly, when we come back with the 4. You could decide not to vote for one of those, okay, or 2 of them or whatever. You're not bound, but this is only a preliminary vote. Right. So you're not giving the final authorization until this comes back to you in a form of resolution. And right, then when you approve the resolution, then it's final at that point in time.
So, yeah, so I would suggest we do move them forward, but if we're going to get other information by the time we come back, then, we can take that final vote if that's the case. Now, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I was going to say though, with any more information here, we want to be careful about this. It would have to be public information that's already in the public, and if that is going to be brought back to you, then as for discussion with that, I think there would be a need for that applicant to have a chance to respond to that additional information. So that would have to be done at that point in time. If you're going to.
Could I just ask a quick question, Greg? It looks like we've got 2 applicants that are unanimous from the group, right?
Yes. Yes.
Would it make sense to do a motion right now to move those 2 forward? Because there doesn't seem to be any debate or discussion that's needed there. Then you can take a motion and a second for a third and or fourth and let that vote go. Yes. So that the record shows, if somebody is against it, they're not voting against because there's one there that's holding them back. That way you're on record saying, hey, we all are okay with this one. Now let's take a look at a third and or a fourth and let those votes happen.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea at this point. And
that way we're making some progress here. Yeah. You at least can take 2 of these and put them out and then debate the third, the potential third and fourth.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea here. Would be the first motion would be to give preliminary approval to JJVI and Embark. And then if you approve that, then we could look at whether you add 2 more or not tonight. And that's your choice. You could add up to 2 more. You can just go with the 2 for this evening. It's up to you. But why don't we maybe have that first vote, if that sounds sensible to everybody, on the 2 top applicants being JJVI and Embark.
We'll have a motion. Scott, you make the motion?
I would make a motion, if that's what we're doing now, I would put JJVI, Embark, and Showcase would be my motion.
Scott, I just would recommend now, just so we can have a clear vote to advance those 2. I think it'd be because it's like more complicated with a split vote on maybe any other applicants added on to those 2. It's just to take those 2 off the table here and advance them, and then you could go to the additional candidates.
I'll make that motion.
3 that got enough to get through.
I'll make a motion for the ones who are unanimous to pass them forward and then to come back as the city manager and city attorney said. Right, and I will give you guys the public records and let them respond to them.
And just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that you not vote on anybody else tonight. That's up to you all. Right. My only suggestion is if you're unanimous on 2, let's get those 2 out of the way. Do a motion and a vote for those 2. Then you can continue the discussion on the others tonight and determine if you're going to take a vote on others tonight or hold off or whatever, even though it's all preliminary.
Right.
So I'll shut up now and get out of this discussion.
Councilwoman Bertani.
Well, Scott made a motion. Right. And so let's be fair here. Every city council member has an opportunity and a right to make a motion, and no one has the right to shut that down. We need to vote on the motion. Okay. Catherine's motion is just as important as Scott's motion. He made a motion, and I don't like it, and I think it's procedurally incorrect and erroneous to shut down a motion that's on the floor by a sitting city council member. So, if we're going to follow procedure, let's follow procedure. I think Scott's motion is standing right now, and it needs to be voted on.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So Scott has a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Tim. So let's take a roll call vote on that.
And Scott, excuse me, Mr. Vice Mayor. Scott, can you, just for the record, repeat your motion, sir?
My motion is that JJVI, Responsible and Compliant Retail, and the Showcase, they all received enough votes to pass through. And my motion is to approve those 3 tonight. And Greg, on your point, there's things that we have to work out, but we've gotten 4 and 5. So that's
yes. So your motion now, with the motion being JGVI, Embark, and Showcase, and I just want to confirm that the second also is confirming those are the 3 that are going to be voted on.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So Councilman Tim seconded it. So now we have to do a roll call vote. So
Yes.
That would be Karen, right? Doing the
That would be correct.
Yes. Councilmember Bertani?
I'm going to vote no on this, and that's because I have concerns about Showcase. I think that based on the Brown Act, all of us need to have the documentation that Councilwoman Moy referred to in order to make an intelligible decision on Showcase. So that's why I'm voting no. But I do support JJVI, Bright Spot, and Embark. So my vote is no for those reasons.
Councilmember Moy?
I vote no, not because I disrespect Scott or anybody else, but because I have grave concern. And I hope that my colleagues would believe me on this and at least take a look at it and vote no on this right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Panduro?
I also just want to get all the information, so no.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim?
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vaccaro?
Yes.
So 3-3.
Yeah, so the motion did not pass because it's a 3-3 vote. So
there was another motion on after Scott, and that was from Councilwoman Moy, correct?
And my motion was to do as both the city manager and the city attorney suggested. And that is for the two who were unanimous, for us to go ahead and move forward on those. And then we can discuss the others. And I'm here all night. So here we go. Thank you. That's my motion.
Okay. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Okay. Roll call.
Okay, Councilmember Bertani?
So just to clarify, this is a vote yes for Bright Spot and Embark, correct?
Yes.
Okay, my vote is yes.
And Bright Spot is JJVI.
Yes.
Right. My vote is yes.
Okay. Councilmember Moy?
Yes, sorry. I was having some Dr. Pepper. I need the caffeine. Thank you.
Councilmember Panduro?
Yes.
Councilmember Tim?
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Vaccaro?
Yes. So motion passes. So we have the two unanimous companies that have passed. So now, Greg, with Showcase getting 4 votes as a majority, right?
Well,
what would be the next vote to do? Because we also have, a possible fourth or a possible,
So at this point, we only have now a formal vote tonight on JJVI and Embark.
Right.
The straw poll Showcase got 4. So if there have to be another motion now to advance Showcase this evening. And so there need to be a motion now that would either be for one more applicant or 2 applicants. And the motion could be to do Showcase, for example, by itself, or it could be Showcase and somebody else, or it could be the 2 other parties, which are CCC and Authentic. So those are the options on motions you would have at this point in time to try to, if you want to advance more applicants to the final round.
And Greg, can I ask a quick question just so that the council is clear as well? When they vote, it is not, okay, they are the ones. That is simply the preliminary vote.
Yes.
There is still opportunity for this to be brought back for additional deliberation.
Yes.
For all of these. And so information that Councilmember Moy, for example, has and wants to share, you'll have the opportunity to look at that. That does become part of the public record.
Yes.
And you'll have an opportunity to determine where you're going with that.
Yes, that's exactly right. So that is where we stand right now.
And if we don't have enough votes for a third or fourth, then we just move forward with the 2.
That's correct. Yeah, then you just have the two, and then we'll come back with final resolutions for two with the final conditions. And as part of that would be the community plan that would be ironed out. And then you would ultimately, in the end, just vote for two. You would still you'd still have the option though to consider up to four still, but as of now, if you only advanced two to the next stage, then that's all we would have to grant when we come back at the next council meeting.
Okay, so does anyone else want to make a Chuck?
Yeah, actually, I have a question for our city attorney. Greg, if Showcase does not get put through tonight, pending all the information that Ms. Moy has, then they're done, correct?
No, because we're going to have to take action on, you're ultimately going to have to take action on also denying applications that you don't grant. And so if you only advance two tonight, that doesn't, since you have the ability to grant two more, that doesn't stop you from still doing that. It would just be, that would be delayed. You'd have the two then going back to staff for final resolution. If you came back at the following meeting and you wanted to do two more, you don't have to, because at that point you could decide just to do the two that we just voted on, and then the others could be denied without prejudice at this point. That'd be your choice at that time.
Greg, would they have to reopen the public hearing if they reconsider applicants in the next meeting? So for example, let's say they don't move anybody else forward, but then in the next meeting they want to consider two more. Is that a reopening of the public hearing?
No, it's not.
It's done and they can do that.
Yeah, so it's done. So there's no need to reopen the hearing. With just one thing though that has to be done here, if the council is going to be considering the public information from San Francisco, that we need to put that into the record. And so that would need to be not only given to the council, the staff, and frankly to the public, had to be made available to the public, so that actually Showcase could have a chance to respond to that. And in that case, we would have a reopening of the hearing, but only on that narrow issue of that information. We wouldn't reopen the entire hearing.
So, Greg, let me ask go ahead, Kat, and then I'll ask. Go ahead.
My question is, Greg and Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, excuse me, do I just send the public records over to you all and then you can distribute to everybody?
Yes,
but then it can be handled in a proper way?
Yes, please. Yeah, if it could be given to staff and then from there we could distribute it. Yeah, that'd be true.
It's imperative that the public sees this. My colleagues are fair and smart people, and everybody should look at it, no doubt.
No, that has to be, in this type of hearing, all the evidence has to be public, and
so, they absolutely must have a right to answer, because there's no doubt that there are very many happy people with them. So I don't want to, I just think that this needs to be part of the record, which is why I brought it up.
So Councilmember Moy, just so that there's no confusion with who is receiving this, why don't you submit that to me?
Okay.
I'll make sure that Greg is copied on that, and I'll get that to the staff and ensure that that is disseminated to all of the council members and is entered into the public record.
Thank you, Mr.
But get it to me so that everybody knows, hey, it went to the city manager. If something gets lost, my fault.
Okay, hold on. Can I cut in here? All right, Mr. City Attorney, let me ask you this. So is it possible for when we meet again, okay, whenever that's going to be, that we actually could add one or two more?
Yes, you could.
That's all I want.
So,
I mean, I know we're going around in circles here. And I think the fact that we're moving two forward now has nothing to do with the fact what might happen when we bring it back for the resolution. We might just stay with two, or maybe we'll go to three or four. That's all I wanted to know.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah, because ultimately, until you deny the other applications, they're still pending, and it's based on the public hearing you've had to date. So So you're not making, by making this preliminary decision tonight, which is only preliminary, you're not making any decision on the other applicants.
Councilman Tonneson.
So are we, I'm so confused. Are we moving forward? We're going to move forward with 2 and then we're going to, are we opening this up for debate for the other 11 or 12 that didn't get votes, or
No.
have we narrowed it down to it's going to be JJV and Embark, and then the other 3 are the ones we're considering, or Showcase has its 4 votes and
Well, but I guess what Greg is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, but because of any information that comes in, then because the motion didn't pass, right? The motion you made didn't pass, Scott, right? So
right.
That means tonight's Showcase doesn't move forward, even though originally they had 4 votes?
No,
well, yeah, let me just explain here.
No.
Now, let me explain this again. The key of this was that first vote was only what I call the straw poll, if you will. It was just to get a sense of the group so we can focus the discussion. But that was not a formal vote to advance the application. And that's why we needed to go to another motion. And you advance JJVI and Embark to proceed to a final resolution. But Showcase was tied on a 3-3 vote. So it did not get the vote to be advanced to the resolution stage. Right. But it's not denied, and it's still a pending application.
Okay,
I understand that point, but my question is, when we meet again, are we trying to discuss 3 more options with Showcase, or does Showcase get to respond to the accusations tonight? Or
they will have to. Yes, they will.
Oh, absolutely.
They have to be given that opportunity to respond.
So would that be the first order of business if Showcase?
You know what?
This and you know they satisfy what we're looking for. Then do we have to vote again, or did they already get 4 votes?
No, you would vote. You would vote again.
PCC and Authentic, are they back in the running for the 4th? It's not real clear to me right now.
Well, I think.
Yeah, let me, if I could just add, maybe the thing to focus on here is, and I think the council needs to give the direction on this as to what you want to do, of course. But with the 3 others, you have Showcase, CCC, and Authentic that a whole group of you have supported here. And it may make sense that, those would be considered on the preliminary approval again the next time this all comes back to you. So you would get a final resolution at the next time this returns on the first 2. So that could be totally finalized. And then you could renew your discussion on the other 3. At that point in time, we would have to allow any testimony anyone has on Showcase and the new information. Just the new information would be at issue here to be reviewed. So
you're looking at 3 more. I mean, Showcase has its 4. If they satisfy us, they've still got their 4, and then the others have the option.
Right.
So those are the ones we're debating. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chuck.
So I'd like to make a motion based on what the city attorney just said, is move Showcase through, move Triple C through, and move Authentic Fairfield through.
Second.
No, we can't advance 5 because we only can have a resolution for 4. So
well, one of them, let's say that everything is true what Ms. Moy said, and because this is a straw vote,
right?
And then we can argue over Triple C and Authentic.
So okay, so I understand what you're trying to achieve here. So let me just say this back and how this would work. You could have a motion now to advance Showcase, CC, and Authentic to the preparation of a resolution. And again, when this all comes back to you, you would then have 5 resolutions, but you only could adopt 4 of them.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
what you want. Yeah, I got that. So if that's what a majority of the council, if that's what a majority of the council wants to do, you could do that. And again, nothing's final here. You would just, you would then make your final vote at the next meeting. This comes back to you to consider, and you would have 5 resolutions. You would actually only be able to adopt 4 of them.
You know what?
Correct.
Cap, before I get to you, can I just say one thing? Wouldn't it be a lot easier to move these 2 forward right now? Okay, that's going to be the resolution. And then when we come back, we already know the 3 that we're going to discuss.
Yeah.
Okay? So we don't have to do a resolution to move all 5 forward. We can only let's just move the 2 forward. They're both unanimous, right? And then when we come back, we already know the 3 that we're going to discuss, even if we give them one or not, which we're not sure. Is that fine to do?
If I could just follow up on what was just said by the vice mayor, is that the one thing about the preparation of the resolution will take a lot of staff time. And so that's the one thing, Councilmember Tim, I think keep in mind here is that to have staff prepare 5 resolutions here will be a lot of work. And you may only then ultimately adopt 2 to 4 ultimately. So one thing, so a sort of middle ground here would be that you already have advanced the top 2. And then you could, the next motion would be for that at the next time this comes back to you, you would consider the 3, which would be Showcase, CCC, and Authentic, for a determination whether they would be advanced to the resolution stage.
Right.
But at that point in time, we will have had a chance to put into the record the information that Councilmember Moy has, and that would be considered at the time of your next meeting on this. So,
well, that's what I meant. So is the motion that I made in agreement with what you just explained?
Well, I just wanted to clarify that we're not advancing the Showcase, CCC, and Authentic to the resolution preparation stage.
Right.
You're simply having them on the agenda when this comes back for consideration for whether or not they will advance, whether 2 of those will advance to the resolution phase.
That's correct.
That's good.
Exactly what I meant.
Yes, that's good.
Rick, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The way that the city attorney just described it, I think is fair. It's the situation is that we don't want to make staff do a lot of work that they don't need to do. We're not putting 5 people forward. Only one person said they wanted to do something like that tonight, and there's 6 of us. So I would be happy with just the 2, but it looks like maybe at least 3 or 4 might want to have 4. And so, I can support that if you would change it so it's exactly the way that Greg just said. I'm trying to spit it out.
I know. That's kind of what I just said too. It's just
and what you said. It was what you said, really.
Yes, and Councilmember Tim did acknowledge that he agreed with how I characterized the motion. So that would be the motion here, which would be for Showcase, CCC, and Authentic. But those 3 will come back to you for further discussion. And after additional information is given to everybody for a determination which one of those will be advanced to a resolution.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
And is that okay with the second over there with Mr. Tonneson?
Yes.
Good.
Okay. Do we need a roll call vote on that?
I'm sorry. Who made the motion?
I did.
Councilmember Tim.
Okay. And the second?
Second with Councilmember Tonneson.
Thank you. And I'll take roll call.
Before you do that, Chuck, can you repeat the motion, please, just for the sake of the record?
All right. That Showcase, CCC, and Authentic Fairfield will be agendized for our further discussion. And then the the discussion around the public records that Ms. Moy has. And then at that time, we can discuss it to take one of them, two of them, or none of them. Did I nail that, Greg?
You did. It was perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, Chuck. Good job. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So roll call.
Councilmember Bertani,
Yes.
Councilmember Moy,
Yes.
Councilmember Panduro,
Yes.
Councilmember Tim,
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson,
Aye.
and Vice Mayor Vaccaro.
Yes. So I think, does that conclude our business for tonight, Greg?
Does.
No.
Well, okay. So I know tonight we are going to adjourn in the memory of Charlie Lum, very well-respected family and very well-respected man in the community. I want to thank everybody involved tonight. It was a long night, and hey, let's go get some sleep. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Good day, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night, sweet
Great
dreams.
job.